Well, how are y'all doing? The gaming PC apocalypse has ended, thank God. Man, I don't want to repeat of last week. Holy shit. Ladies, gentlemen, programs, users, and gentlefolk, Dad is back. The arcade is open. Hi, I'm your host, Scott. So for those of you who don't know, a little background to what happened last week. My PC decided all of a sudden that it wasn't going to boot into Windows. Every time it booted into Windows, it would hard lock. And all I kept getting was a DPC_watchdog error. And it was related to all the drivers. But what ended up effectively happening is I ended up having to reinstall Windows Fresh on the gaming rig. It looks as though Microsoft, in their all-knowing and all-seeing eye, decided that when they ran the recent security update for Windows 11, it didn't just bork every single fucking driver in my PC. No. It completely wiped out the entire back end. So that means the SFC scan now didn't work. It means like going in and actually running the repair commands didn't work. All of it was fucked. No amount of trying to roll it back to a previous, like restoring back to a previous state. None of it worked because the entire back end of the operating system had been completely fucking cooked. I was able to get into the back end, into safe mode enough to actually do some minor repair work to get things stable and functional enough that I could actually fucking back up the important stuff that I hadn't already backed up to a secondary, actually it's not even a secondary, it's a tertiary drive, and then reinstall Windows 11. So that was 2 days of bullshit I did not want. I'm like, man. So that was an entire weekend of just absolute, complete, utter horse shit. No, nothing important was lost. No, just my pride and my sanity. Yeah, there you go. That's just my pride and my sanity. That's all. At the end of the day, though, ultimately what this boils down to is this was a situation of my own making. It's not even Microsoft's fault. This is my own fault. I used to be almost religious in reinstalling my operating system every 18 months, like doing a full, making sure everything was backed up, and then just doing a complete, back to basics setup. So again, that's not on Microsoft. It's not on the updates. That is 100% on me because I haven't done that in 4 years. Need a flying version of Casually Steer, right? Yeah, no, and that was the thing. I became lazy. Yeah, and this happened. So just take that as a note, everyone. Software happens. Technology is great until it isn't. And take care of your equipment. Or if you have somebody who does the regular maintenance for your stuff, make sure you get your shit regularly maintained because otherwise... otherwise, shit goes sideways. Yeah. Anyway, hi, Sleepy. How are you? Yeah, I wish there was I don't know if there is a flying version of... If there is, throw it down as a recommendation. I will check it out. Anyway, you guys ready? We're going to be renting an RSI Hermes today. Instead of taking the long route and using the raft and using a Freelancer Max and all of that other stuff, we're just going to jump up to the pay the 187,000 credits. We're going to rent ourselves an RSI Hermes, and we're just going to do some cargo hauling with that and, take it from there. So are you guys ready? Y'all ready for this? Yeah, so it was a weekend. I have haven't had so much as a drop of alcohol in quite some time, and I had 2 shots. I ended up having 2 shots of whiskey on Friday night. So still grinding through quests in Starfield. Interesting but frustrating. Yeah. Also, thanks Sleepy for sharing crowd control for American Truck and Euro Truck. I don't know if I'm going to institute that. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I want to institute that. I've stopped drinking beer. I mean, extenuating giggle snort. I had extenuating circumstances. I don't normally drink even when stressed, but man, after I got it running in safe mode stably on Friday night, I had a whiskey and ginger, and then Saturday after I got Windows back up and running and got everything put back where it's supposed to be, at least to the best of my knowledge, then it was like I had another one. It was a celebratory. It's not like I'm gonna make a big old habit here and I'm gonna just drink all the time, but you know, sometimes. That friend of mine I told you about is going through rehab, and I'm trying to be a good example. No, that's fair. I totally get that. I absolutely get that. All right, hopefully we don't have potato time on the servers today. Well, I guess we'll wait and see. All right, got the flight equipment set up. We're good. Let's see how it goes, chat. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for being here on Monday. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, it was definitely. Yeah, Friday was trying. Friday tested my patience, and it's rough. It was extra rough because I've been going through one of my dips, like the old emotional mental dip. Just hitting one of those low rough spots because I'm bipolar, you know, it comes and goes in waves. So I was already kind of like low, and I've been feeling like a certain way about some things and the head goblins and the whole bit, and then my computer, basically Windows kicked me in the balls, and I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. Are you for real right now? But then I also learned you don't tempt the universe, okay? Don't tempt fate. Don't tempt the universe. Don't do it, man. It's not fucking worth it. See, and here's the nice thing though, is the easy part of all of this, I didn't have to worry about reinstalling games because they're all held on, you know, other drives. I only had to redo my my operating system, right? So all my other stuff was still there. I didn't have to worry about any of that shit. Okay, well, this is already running better than it did over the weekend, so already way better. Oh yeah, I'm on Port Tressler. Shit. Okay, so we're gonna have to head down to New Babbage. We're gonna head to Blue Cabbage, chat. You know, I really want these coffee makers to actually start working. I want to be able to just walk up and buy myself a goddamn hot cup of coffee, okay? I'm about to start my shift. My weekend was shit, but then again, I got some not so good news about a family. Oh, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
Welcome to the ASOP.
Okay, so I already, yeah, there's the Hermes. I already tried this. Just to give it a try and see. So it will work. I wasted some money over the weekend just testing this out. And I was like, you know what? No, it works. Okay. Let's get my Aurora Mark II.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage
Awesome.
facility.
Perfect. Beautiful. Let's go. I just need a ship to get us back down to New Babbage. I love it. Put it in my large hangar, bro. Why? Okay, so while this is coming up, I need to go and check something because I did a quick test. I knew I was wasting the credits and everything seemed to be working fine. So it was one of those, I was like, this is Saturday night. I was extremely tired, so I just like fucking basically bailed in the middle of like doing a contract, but I want to check something here. Oh, I'm gonna have to get rid of all of this too. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. That's fair. That's on me. That is 100% on me. I can't put that on anybody else. Also, you may notice that my microphone seems to be nice and clean and crisp and everything. I went through... One of the nice things about having an external interface for the microphone, this external interface, the Rodecaster Duo, has its own built-in memory. So all of my settings function. I didn't have to worry about anything, and I didn't have to worry about resetting anything. It's not like it was all the processing is being done by the device, not by the computer. So there were some things that I didn't have to redo. There were other things that I already had backed up, like the settings for the bot and everything. So it's just a matter of basically doing copy pasta to get everything moved over from the backup folders to back into the main system when I got everything reinstalled and up and running. I'm sorry to hear that you had such a shit weekend though, Sleepy. Yeah, seems to be super stable. I freaking, man, dude. It's like a Scorpius, only smaller. I do like the look of the new Mark II. Yeah, this thing just seems meaner, that's all. Okay, we're gonna head down to Microtech. Specifically New Babbage. I love that it moved us all the way over here, just so I can... We're literally overtaught. That has got to be the dumbest thing. Port Tressler is almost in geosynchronous orbit over top of New Babbage. And instead, it makes us go all the way 300 kilometers away instead of just straight down. Come on, guys. It makes 0 sense. What is that anyway? An ironclad? What? Bro's got an iron? How enough? Okay, can somebody just quickly... I'm curious. Does anybody here in chat right now know, whether you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, how much is an ironclad? Real world money. I know I don't think you can buy it in game yet, but how much is that goddamn thing real world money? It's probably what, $900? I'm not buying one, by the way. I have fucking more important shit to pay for, like medical expenses and, you know, all of that fun stuff. How does the Mark II not have... I have lights, but I don't have freaking night vision. What the fuck? That is dumb. No light amplification in this ship at all. That has got to be dumb. But yes, as you can see, the PC is running in prime condition here. We're in tip-top shape. All right, let's get out of here. Let's go grab ourselves a rented RSI Hermes, and let's get this show on the road, shall we? Oh, man. Radio. Yeah, I love that. This is actually, I find, kind of obnoxious, by the way. Confirm. All right. I don't like having that stuff sitting there, so okay, make sure that that go. Okay, our ship is away. So we're gonna head up into the concourse area here, and let's see what we can do about getting ourselves into a nice shiny big ship. So I'm just going to let everybody, just a quick reminder to everyone that next Monday, August 24th, I will not be streaming as I have an appointment at 10 a.m. to go and get the final fitting for my sleep apnea oral device. Hi, Sarasol. So I won't actually be here next Monday because my appointment is at 10 a.m. In London, Ontario, so I've got to drive a fair bit to get there. And then hopefully after that it will be you know, good quality freaking sleeps. I hope. No, listen, I hope it will be good quality sleeps. We shall see, right?
Okay.
Yeah, right, Sleepy? Exactly. Huzzah.
Hello, and welcome to New Balance.
Welcome
Hello.
to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Hermes. Yeah, we're going to retrieve that for a
Vehicle
second.
selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
RSI Hermes. Okay, so I'm hoping that the ship is actually up there, and if it is, awesome. If it isn't, well, I guess we're about to find out. It says it's up there. In my large hangar. Wanders off to meeting. Well, more of a meeting than a walk with... Wanders off to meeting. Well, more of a meeting than a walk with a friend around campus. Well, I hope your meeting goes well. All right, so let's we're gonna put this away for a second. Okay, I'm gonna store that because here's the thing. I need to. I want to pull out. I want to pull out the PTV, but I need to get it out first. Geology teacher on campus is friends with my friend in California. Yeah, nice, very nice. Okay. Go, enjoy, be outside, touch some grass. You know what? Here's something. This is something I'm going to challenge everyone to do this week. Everyone that's here. Take one, not just a small amount of time, one day this week. Go outside. Find a patch of grass. Take your shoes off and just scrunch your feet in the grass. Just trust the process. Do that at least once this week. Do it for like 5 minutes. Just sit there.
You
Sounds like you problem, man. Did you hear what I recommended? Go outside, find a patch of grass, take your shoes and your socks off, spend 5 minutes just standing on the grass, moving your feet and scrunching your toes around, and just connect with the ground, okay? Just do it. You know our biggest problem? You know what our biggest problem is? We're too fucking disconnected. Well, there you go. Now you heard it. Now you heard it. That's my challenge for this week for everyone here. You go outside, you find a patch of grass, you take your shoes and your socks off, and you just sort of move around for 5 minutes on that grass in your bare feet and just scrunch your toes up. Just do it. Trust me. We are all way too goddamn disconnected. No, sand is different. Sand is a completely different... Now, that's not a bad idea either, but that's going to be a completely different experience. I'm just saying. Okay, so we're taking the golf cart. All right? Chat, we're taking the goddamn golf cart. This thing is terrifying to drive, by the way, and I feel like... Wow, this thing needs... Dude, this thing needs an update, guys. Wow, this thing needs such an update. Why can't I drive my PTV? Oh. Oh, shit. Never mind. I figured it out. This thing's kind of dangerous, by the way. Wow, it is all or nothing with this. Trust me, the grass is a completely different experience. Well, that's your own fault, sir. You can't be upset about that. You chose that. You actively chose that, sir. So you can't get upset. You can't be mad. You might be tired, but you can't take that out on anybody else because you chose that path for yourself, sir. You weren't forced to it. Nobody stood over you with a rifle to your head and told you if you didn't do this, you would die. You actively got up and you chose that path for the day. So don't be bitter. Change your circumstances. Nope. Okay. What about containers? Nope. Turn that off. Nope. All right. That's fair. Okay. We got the PTV up. Now, yeah, there's the Grey Cat PTV. Okay, we're gonna get the Hermes back up. There we go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Drink lots of water. That's how you continue. Listen, I spent a weekend redoing the entire operating system on my PC. I'm just, listen, y'all should just be happy I'm even like mentally aware enough and I didn't cook my brain. So I've already been dealing with enough shit and the PC went and did all of that. If I go to bed now, I will mean it. That's a good thing though. Sir, isn't it like freaking 9 o'clock? Isn't it 9 p.m. over there? I had to I had to 100% reinstall everything. It took all of Friday to get it stable and safe into safe mode just so I could make sure everything I needed was backed up first. At 19:30. Okay, so it's 7:36 p.m. Okay, fine. When it hits 9:36, go to bed. So you got 2 hours. I sound like such a fucking dad right now. By the way, welcome to the Hermes. This thing is beautiful, by the way. If you haven't seen this, oh, let me introduce you. This ship is not without some hiccups, though. It's got some weird technical hiccups with the engineering side of it. So, as you can see, we have a massive amount of space for storage and a large enough loading ramp to get a ground vehicle in. We're not going with the, I was going to get the Argo Raft, and you know what? I'm like, nah, fuck that. We're going to work straight up to the 7.11 million credits that I need to buy this. This is just a rental. I have not bought this yet. But I need, like, basically I need 8 million credits so I can outfit it with better jump drive and everything, right? But, oh, whoa, hey, I don't want to see my freaking body like that. That's just weird. Okay, so we're gonna do that there, that there. Turn that down, that down. Turn that down by 2. Okay. And it still leaves me with an extra 2 for some shield allocation if I need to. Okay, that works pretty good. Nice. Okay. Test fire, guns are working. Beautiful. All of them are working, by the way. Yeah. Okay, so let's grab a contract. Badger, hello. It is a Weasley Badger. We have not seen you for a while. Are you good? I hope you're good. Welcome back, sir. All right, so Interstellar, the only, okay, we're gonna do this one, I think, at some point, but first, let's go to Stellar. I need a member. Medium cargo. I would like a direct medium cargo, thanks. Do we have any member medium? You're good? Awesome. I'm glad to hear that, man. Well, welcome in. Dad's gonna try to make some credits today. That's the plan. If the verse will be so kind as to work with me. Direct. Okay, so rookie, we have direct medium. That's like with 5 stream streak. Also 2 interviews planned this week. I hope they go well for you, man. I hope those interviews go really well for you. Okay, doesn't appear to be anything. You know, I wish that we could just put these according to junior or member rank instead of this crap. This is, they have a long way to go, by the way, with how this stuff is handled. Planetary. Let's see if maybe we got some here. Extra small. I don't want it. I need direct, but all the direct ones are all these like freaking small cargo ones, and it's like, I don't want small cargo. I need, or extra small. Yeah, see, like the extra small, like the direct stuff, like some of these pay well, but again, it's like, man, member rank small cargo. Yeah, how about no? Oh, that's quantum fuel. Ooh, but that's quantum fuel, chat. Collect hydrogen fuel from Port Tressler. Collect quantum fuel from Port Tressler. Collect ship ammunition. Oh my God, there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's all tiny ass shit though. That makes no sense. Direct medium cargo, but it's junior rank. Why is there no member rank? Direct medium cargo. Yeah, that is kind of dumb. Collect scrap from Port Tressler. All right, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. I want to continue with Kovalex, but we need the credits first. And seeing as how they still really, they really desperately, I feel, need to work on this. And I should be able to do stuff like this for Kovalex. So we're going to accept that offer. Where are we going for this? August Dunlow. Okay, so we're going to August Dunlow. Okay. All right, but before we leave, excuse me? No. Deploy the rails, please. Thank you. Down. Okay, let's grab our PTV here, because sometimes having a golf cart is just handy. Sometimes you just need a golf cart, chat, okay? It's just a very manageable way of shuttling yourself around the planet. Wow, this thing's brakes are like freaking craziness. It's all go. It's you know it's an electric because it's all go. It's like, all right, there we go. Good enough. All right, let's head to August Dunlow. We now have our golf cart in place. I'll move it. You know what? Hold on. Let's move this now while we can. By the way, this freaking internal tractor beam has got to be one of the handiest pieces of equipment ever. Done. Nice and neat in the corner. How nice is that? Oh, and we're just going to turn that off. Thank you. Perfect. Done. Beautiful. Love it. Perfectly in the corner. Out of the way. Nice. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Let's get down to August Dunlow and okay, we'll retract those rails. Yep, perfect. Okay. By the way, I don't know if you guys happen to notice, but this ship would also work really well. It's only meant to be crewed by 2. Your crew quarters are in the cockpit, which is kind of highly unusual, but you know, we can make that work. So this kind of looks a bit like a baby Polaris. It's got like the kind of has like a Constellation Polaris kind of cockpit thing going on. Okay. Looks like we're good. Yep. And we're off. All right, let's see if we can get out of here. August. All right, Orison it is, right? Because you don't actually target the city. You don't to jump to. You don't target the space station itself. All right, and while we're at it, let's do a little bit of that. Let's move the camera around a little bit here. Oop, wrong way. Wrong way. There we go. Yep, that. And then we're going to do that way? Yeah, that way. There we go. All right, that works. The Hermes does have quite the profile on it, I gotta say. So chat, fill me in. What did you do with your time off while Dad was stressing out and trying to get his gaming rig back up and running and functional again? What did you all do with the time? All right, there we go. Nice. And there we go. Hell yeah. Okay, so while we're doing that, hold on. I need to verify something. Did it copy all my commands over? It did. Perfect. That's fantastic. That is beautiful. Good, because now I can do this. That's right. That's right. We're, by the way, already, because of Sleepy Developer, halfway to the first goal. Badger had to work all last week and then was off for the weekend and took today off for appointments. Well, I hope that, all of that's going well for you. You know what? I think I'm going to put this down. One moment. Please hold. By the way, again, my desk has recently started doing dumb shit again, and I don't know why. I'm actually taking things off the desk to reduce its weight, and all of a sudden the motor has decided again, this desk has been an absolute pain in my ass. I love Flexi Spot, but man, their shit is temperamental. And I have half the amount of weight that this desk is actually rated for as a sit-stand desk, so. Oh, come on, stop. Why are you pushing it up higher? Oh, God. It's like fighting with a 2-year-old. It's like, no, I don't want to do that. Yes, you're going to do that. I don't want to do that. Yes, you're going to do that. I don't want to do that. Stay down. No, I don't want to stay down. I want to stay up where you are. Like I said, it's gotten temperamental. I don't know why it's gotten temperamental. There's no reason for it to be temperamental. It has just decided this is my new working state again. I go down 2 inches, I raise 3 inches. Fuck off. I almost had it down to where it's supposed to be. There we go. Okay, 1 second. And now I'll have to adjust the camera again. Because, you know, it's how this stuff works. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Okay. Well, my desk has decided it's going to take it, so it's removing itself from being online again, and has decided that it's like, no, I'm in a constant state of reset, so get effed. Okay. What the fuck? Oh, great. My cameras need to be changed. My camera settings, I mean, need to be changed. Oh, fuck. I don't need that. Holy shit, I need that like I need another hole in the head. Believe me, you'd be hard-pressed to realize that I've actually been doing this for about 10 years, huh? Yeah, I promise you I am actually a pro at this. Most days? No, technology and I are not getting along. At all. In any capacity. No. Listen, I've been almost tempted to become fucking Amish. See, the crazy part is the desk. Yeah, been working fine, no problems, and all of a sudden, now it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm just gonna be a pain in the ass. It's like, stop. You were working fine. I got you to a point where we were getting along again, and now the desk is like, digit, get fucked. Get off, nerd. Okay, somebody's making something. It smells oddly like grilled cheese, and it smells delicious, and I don't know why, but now I want one.
Execute Order 66.
Well, I'm going to execute something in a moment. And this keeps up. I have a sledgehammer for a reason. I'm just going to execute something. I may regret it, but, you know, something is going to die. Hell yeah. God, that is cinematic AF, right? Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about right there. All right, does this have... No. The Hermes does not have light amplification systems. Oh, of course it doesn't. Why would it? Why would a ship like this have any kind of light amplification system? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's better. Reminds every time I think it gives me a couple of games on the third game, it starts crashing out. And I mean, Badger, you're tech savvy. I'm sure all of your stuff is up to date, drivers and everything included, right? Have you tried switching it over to running in Vulkan? Now remember, everyone, I'm running this on a 5900X with a 9070 XT GPU, so... And I'm running everything on high quality, too, so... Okay. Gently. Easy does it. Okay, there we go. That looks like a good spot. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that for you though, Badger, unfortunately. And again, I know that you're very tech savvy, so you've probably gone through and made sure that all of your hardware drivers are all up to date, made sure that, you've verified files, done all of that, all of the usual things that you're supposed to do. The only one thing that a lot of people seem to forget, and myself included, because I've been caught out by this in the past. I delete the shader cache for Star Citizen. Every time they come out with an update, I delete the shader cache. Because my God, does that ever solve so many fucking problems. Okay, so we've got a ground vehicle in there for a little bit of ground exploration. I don't know how much we're going to do with the Grey Cat. I just wanted it in there to show that... Oh, fuck off. So anything from August Dunlow does not seem to be working, chat. Let me be perfectly clear. It would appear that picking anything up here, August Dunlow... We'll put it down. So this is the I should have actually popped the freaking. This would have been faster if I was in the golf cart, by the way. I'm just like, oh boy. All right, let's just quickly run over here really quick, and I'm gonna check my my terminals. It's like, yeah, it's August Dunlow, guys. I know where we are. All right, we're gonna throw that in there. Yeah, okay, we're gonna close that. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna grab that and put it back on the back. Okay. Nope. Fuck. Okay. What an absolute pain in the ass and waste of fuel. Actually, you know what? No, screw this. Hold on. Take your helmet off, buddy. Let's get, sir. Helmet off. Thank you. Let's go, buddy. Oh, well, that's interesting. Yeah, I even tried DDUing the GPU drivers. DirectX freezes on start every time. Vulkan, it boots for 2 games and it won't boot Vulkan anymore. Even if I uninstall, go through the reg, make sure it is completely away from existence. Part of me wonders if maybe the stream of Insider's build I'm using for Windows. Yeah, so here's the thing. That's actually something that I stopped doing, is I stopped using the Insider's build. I opted out because I got tired of shit all of a sudden that should be working fine just breaking, because the Insider's build you get like months ahead of like we're the testers for it, but the problem is it breaks all of our fucking games. And in some cases our drivers don't even work with the Insider's build, so it causes all sorts of weird bullshit. So I stopped doing the Insider's build. I was like, fuck this. I don't give a shit if I'm a member of the Microsoft program. Fuck them. I'm not testing their shit. I don't get paid for it anymore. There was a time where I didn't mind doing that because I was being paid cash to test Microsoft's products. They just expect us to do it for free. And I'm like, no, fuck you. My time and my aggravation is worth fucking money. Microsoft can eat my entire whole asshole. Right? They can lick the dirty ring after I took a dump. Like, that's how I feel about it. If half of my hardware that I use for doing this worked on Linux, I'd already have moved over. Microsoft can go fucking pound salt. I don't give a fuck. What are you gonna do? Tell me I can't use my PC? Ooh, fuck off. I paid for my shit. You're not paying me to test your products anymore. You come, listen. You offer me cash to do Insider's program. You say, hey, you test our stuff. You give us, feedback and reports and everything, and we will pay you X amount of dollars per month. Yeah, I'll do it. I'm not doing shit for free anymore. Fuck that. I'm not testing people's games for free. I'm not, listen, you want QA? You want good quality QA? Then you fucking pay me what I'm worth. You pay me for my time. Otherwise, fuck off. I'm not doing shit for these companies for free. And this is the thing, is too many people are willing to jump on the bandwagon and just test stuff for, basically you're the insider and you feel like you're oh, you're like, yeah, they give us this cool title, Microsoft, like Windows Insider, like, it's like, but at the end of the day, you're just testing something because Microsoft is too fucking cheap. By the way, we're talking about a company that makes billions, hundreds of billions of dollars annually, and you're testing their stuff for $0 fucking dollars because they're too cheap to internalize quality assurance. And the funny thing is, when these companies actually had internal quality assurance testing, the products were better. Yeah, it took longer for things to come out to market. It took them longer to get things, pushed out, but it was better quality, less problems. Oh, who would have thought? You pay the money to actually have the proper staffing to do the work, and the quality of your product improves tenfold, and people don't have a problem with it. Oh, right. Funny how that fucking works, huh? Quality is always going to trump quantity every fucking time, without fail. But hey, what do I know? I've only been doing this for 20 plus years, right? I wouldn't know anything about this. Okay, so we're gonna get the hell out of here because this is broken. I'm gonna open the bay up for somebody else at least. And the thing is, though, is that's not me being bitter or angry about it. It's just, it's frustrating to watch. It's kind of the same idea as, games in early access. There are certain games that early access is absolutely 100% fundamental, especially for small indie studios with it's one single dude making the game, or it's like a small team of 10 or 12, right? But under no circumstances should a AAA studio be utilizing early access. They have enough staff. They can test internally. The thing is everybody, it's FOMO. Everybody wants to, oh, well, if I get in first, I can, this, or, I can pretend I'm a big shot because, yay. It's like, listen, ultimately, at the end of the day, why are you testing somebody else's product for free? Or in the case of early access games, why are you testing somebody else's product that you paid for? You paid for it. Why are you acting as the tester? Right? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. None whatsoever. Okay, we're going to try one other thing here really quick. Before I wipe this out. Okay, so we've moved far enough away. So the idea here was you leave and then you come back to it to give the inventory system a chance to actually spawn the stuff in to where it's supposed to be for you. And if it doesn't, then if we land and I go and check the terminal and it's not there, then we just dump it and we grab a different one because this one is broken AF. Like, not even joking how broken this is. This is ridiculous. But, and that's the thing. Like, I've sort of started switching how I do things. Like, where I put my time, where I put my money, all of that. Just because it's like, I've come to realize it comes back in my head. It's about quality. I want quality, not quantity. Right? It's, if I'm doing something that's early access, I want the information about the team putting together the product. Oh God. Oh jeez. Man, this thing comes in way too hard. Right. I want to know that the team behind the software or the game or whatever that I'm using or going to check out is like top tier, and they're in it to put out a quality product, not just slop. I think that's the other thing too. It's why you won't see me playing any of those friend slop games like Mecha Chameleon. By the way, the problem with a lot of these copycat games, like games like similar to like Mecha Chameleon and everything, the issue with a lot of these games is they're being used as a deployment cover for fucking malware. Yeah, how much fun is that? These small indie titles are basically being used through, and Steam's got a real problem here too, is because they're being used to deploy as a deployment vector for fucking malware. Well, that answered my question. Okay, so we're definitely shit canning the frickin' this mission. I think as we get older, we do that. We reprioritize. We look at things with different eyes and see things for what they are. Yeah, well, and that's exactly it. I think a lot of us, even myself, like I've been in tech since I was in my fucking 20s, man. I'm 53, right? Like, I've been at this for fucking over 25 years. I've earned the status of Unk. But the funny thing is all of these fucking youngins, these kids, think they know better. And it's like, you don't fucking know. You haven't learned half the shit that I already know. You don't see the world the way that I see it. You don't know. But they think they know. They know everything. They're the smartest human beings on the planet. It's like, no, you're as dumb as a bag of rubber hammers. And what you need to do is you actually need to learn by listening to those who actually have the experience, because experience is always going to trump book knowledge every single fucking time. Every teenager ever, yeah. Here's the thing. The crazy thing is, though, is even as a teenager, I didn't know everything. And I understood that I didn't know everything. And that if I wanted to learn more, I had to go and talk to those that had the experience. Someone who had been doing working a certain piece of equipment on a farm for like 15, 20 years, right? Those are the people you need to talk to, because they're the ones who have the knowledge. The older we get, generally, the more knowledge we attain. Not everyone works that way, but most people do. Yeah, I heard that Steam, Epic, and even GOG get hit with Creative Shitbird using their... Yeah, it's freaking crazy, man. It is absolutely insane. Okay, let's go to contracts. We're going to untrack it, and I'm going to abandon that. Okay, oh, shiza. Let's go back to Interstellar. You mother sucker. By Genie Point. Scrap from Bygenie, cobalt from Bygenie, hydrogen fuel from Bygenie. That is 288 SU of fuel. Oof. That is not medium. Direct bulk shipment. That is, yeah, medium shipment. Here we go. Hi, Rookie. Hi, Sister Snowy. How are you? Yeah, that direct bulk shipment bullshit. Let's go, fam. Junior direct medium. I actually don't trust anything in Crusader right now, so we're just gonna go. Let's do Control N. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. All right, well, adios muchachos, because fucking Orison is a shit show right now. Jesus. And we're not even, that's the crazy part. We're not even into 4.1. We're not even, or not 4.1, 4.10. I don't even know. Actually, it's probably going to be this week. .10 is probably going to be this week. Now, I know a lot of people are going to be heading this way to Orison because of the checking out like the instanced version of Siege of Orison being returning into Star Citizen, which is dope and everything, but that's not going to be my focus. I can tell you that. All right, well, if we really want to do anything, I think we're going to have to head to, let's go to Hurston. Let's actually, let's go to Everest Harbor. Excuse me? Holy crap, that took a hot second, didn't it? Just got to keep hammering the button away, huh? Incoming, no. I don't know who that is, so I'm not accepting. I don't know who that is. It just says incoming, and it's like, nope. I don't know who you are. You have no name attached. It's just incoming. It's like, nope. Bye-bye now. I'll just decline that. I don't accept randos. I might need to head to my next appointment. All right. Thanks for hanging out with us for a little bit, Weasley. Badger. Hope you have a good rest of your Monday, sir. 07 Commander. All right. I don't know who just sent me that, but, you know, don't get butt hurt if you're watching the stream and you get mad because I decide that I'm not accepting. Don't be mad. If I don't know you, I can't accept. I will not. I don't accept random invites for stuff ever. If you are a member in the community and you say something in my chat, then yeah, maybe we'll talk. But you got to be here for a while. I don't just instantly like, or you've got to be like an org mate. So if you're not part of Imperial Arms, then no. If you are, you got to message me and let me know what the hell is going on first. Because otherwise it's just like, I can't, man. I'm not going to do that. It's just not how it works here. There's no pendings. Yeah, there you go. I don't think Loken is actually on, though. I don't think so. Anyways, hold on. Let's go to... No contacts available. There you go. That's what I thought. Okay. All right, so we're going to hit Everest Harbor. And while we're waiting for that to happen, oof. Oh, I can see it's going to be a bad week. I only say that because I started an investment account because at 53, I don't currently have any kind of a security blanket for regards to like retirement or anything. So I had to finally decide that I was going to be a grown-ass adult and actually try to get something going. So I set up a tax-free savings account that is to be utilized for like some form of trades in the market, and it's all like ETF stuff and everything. Anyways, and it's through the bank, so it's all like I don't have to actively monitor it, but it's not like there's a whole lot in there. There's only like $100 in there right now, so it's not like it's a huge amount. But it was just one of those. I'm surprised with how the news cycles work, how the stuff actively moves around. It's like kind of fucking wild. And me not being like a numbers person, I'm good with math, but not so much that I want to do the accounting on shit like this or be in banking. I like the fact that I can buy partial shares and stuff like that with these ETFs. I don't have to have thousands of dollars sitting there to buy individual, single shares of any one single stock or something. I can just like put it into like, a transfer, like one of these transfer funds, and just let it sort of accumulate on its own. But yeah, it's just kind of crazy when you start looking at just the overall the way things are with the news and how politicized like money making can be, or how heavily tied with politics money making is. It's kind of nuts. I don't like it, but there's also not much you can do about it. And again, it was just one of those, you take like $100, you put it into that just because you got to start somewhere. You don't have, and if you've got like limited funds, you've still got to start. So I decided to do the grown-up ass thing, and because I don't have anything like that, I don't have RRSPs or 401k or any kind of fallback for retirement. So it was a decision that had to be made, and at least get the ball rolling. Now, apparently, it's one of those things here for TFSA, for like what I've got set up. I can put up to $7,000 annually into it. The crazy part is that is the annual amount that I can put in, but I can put up to that starting from the year of 2009 up. So I apparently have got like $7,000 for every single year from 2009 up. And because I only just started it, I could put up to that full maximum amount that could be in there if I had it available. I do not. Just let me be perfectly clear. I do not have that available. That is not in any way, shape, or form available to me. Because if that were the case, then I wouldn't be raising money to do some of the work down here and repaint and stuff like that. I wouldn't be raising money for that because I would already have the money to do that. All right. So anyway, first world problems, Planetary local. What do we have for local here? Do we have any direct? These are all junior member. Why is it all small? Why is this all? I did the small car or the member rank, so I didn't have to do this small bullshit. I didn't want to do this small bullshit. Like, this is supposed to be medium member rank, medium cargo wise, or no, that is. All right. Collect from TISA. Okay. We're going to go to TISA. I'm going to track this. Perfect. We're here. Let's refill. Boom, boom. Done and done. The start of goldenrod season. I love it so much. It's great. Oh my God. All right. There we go. We are refueled. Okay. You know what? Something I learned, and I should make sure that I, point this out. Something you should never do: never back out of space dock in Star Citizen. While it might look cool, it's dangerous as shit. It is 100% like just dumb. Don't do it. Looks cool, but man. Oh, why? Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is it telling me it said TISA? What the f? I grabbed it because it said TISA. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you got to go to Orison. No, I'm not going to Orison. You mother trucker. You guys saw that, right? It said TISA Spaceport. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, so that's not where you got to go for this. Sorry. We're going to have another one of these days where the mission generator is just going to be a pain in my ass, isn't it? All right, let's drop down closer to Hurston here. Let's get into low orbit. What are you? There are certain things that this game does that make no sense. Like, for instance, why did I have to jump 482 kilometers away from Lorville when I was right over top of Lorville? Like, if you're already over top of the major city, why are you jumping to 400 or 500 kilometers away to then have to jump back? It makes no sense. All right. Well, now that we've done that and we've moved ourselves again, is there something here? Collect from TISA Spaceport. Accept. Why is it now saying Orison? No. We're This- Listen, if it reads in the description that it is TISA spaceport, that means I'm going to Lorville. I shouldn't have to jump to Orison. And then it shouldn't all of a sudden, as soon as you accept, say Orison. That makes no sense. This is a new bug, by the way. This is not one that I've had, that I've experienced so far. This is a new one. So this is fun. Maybe if we get closer to Lorville. I don't know. Oh, see, oh, that's an Apollo triage. Nice. That is a broken-ass Argo raft just hovering there for whatever reason. Okay, so what I'm hoping to do, and this is the other thing too, is you should be able to find jobs depending, like based off of the exact location. You should be able to search jobs specifically to pick up and start from this point. So I should be able to go in and say, this is where I'm at. Show me all the jobs that start in this location. Okay. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Before we get too comfy, we're going to make sure that we have... How? I mean, okay. Man, the servers are doing some weird, janky shit today, aren't they? Contracts. Interstellar. From ArcCorp Mining. Okay. That is at least the same place that it said. So we'll try that. At least it's actually telling us the same place that was written in the initial description is the same places that we're supposed to be picking it up from. ArcCorp Mining Area 45. Okay. All right. Let's do that. At least now it matches, like everything matches to where it's supposed to be. Map, please. Mining Area 45. Okay, I can work with that. Nice. Let's go. All of this to just get a job. Excuse me. Chat, can somebody here who may possibly be smarter than I am explain to me how Stuart Little, the children's book Stuart Little, how is that propaganda? How is Stuart Little propaganda, chat? Can somebody explain this shit to me? Because apparently I'm brain dead. Not really sure how that works. Obstructed? We're not jumping yet, bro. We're not even aligned with anything. Right. Anyway. Leaving Armistice Zone. Yes. Thank you. Collect shipment. ArcCorp. Yes. Yes. Okay, so we've been at this for an hour and a half, and I still have not even picked up a load yet because apparently the load system is broken. I don't even know how that's possible, but apparently it is. All right. I'm listen. I'm pointing out to the universe here, okay? Like to the all powerful power of the universe that this needs to work. I just need it. Listen, I need this to just work once, to at least pay for the fucking ship rental, okay? Just once. Just work once. Hi, Liliana. I'm trying to space truck, but it's not working out so well so far. The freaking Star Citizen is doing Star Citizen things. Yep, Star Citizen is doing Star Citizen things. Oh boy. All right. So we were able to rent the Hermes fine. We were able to get my golf cart into it just fine. So we've got part of the battle completed. The issue is now that I haven't been able to take a single contract because, again, bugged freaking freight elevators, freight not spawning in. I've already done all the shit that I need to do for this to work. Can't mute the tab as it automatically mutes the whole website. Wait, how does whoa how does muting, what browser are you using, Liliana? Because generally, here's the thing, I can have 4 different streams open and have one muted, or have 3 of them muted and have only one functionally listening. See, I use Firefox. I don't use Chrome. Google can listen. I understand I live stream over on YouTube, but Google can eat my entire, freaking rusty sheriff's badge. Just another reason why I don't use Chrome anymore. Yeah, I can go through and like literally right click on the tab, choose mute tab, and it works fine. Because here's the thing, ultimately at the end of the day, if you have to use the volume slider in the player on the site, if you mute that volume slider, you instantly no longer count as a viewer. Even if you're chatting in chat, you do not actually count as a viewer. As soon as if you have to mute the volume, you no longer, even if you're actively chatting in chat, you no longer count as a viewer. I'm not saying it's right. That's just how Twitch is set up. Twitch is literally the only website that is set up like that. Oh, bullshit. This is some Boulder Dash. Oh god, this might be harder than I thought. Frag. Oh, fudge. Okay, well, we're gonna try to do our best here. Oh my god, this is... Nope, that's gonna be terrible, chat. Okay, figured out what the hell was going on there. That was weird. That's all right. By the way, I'm just going to warn everybody now. If I happen to disappear from Twitch, it's because they sent me a... They sent me a questionnaire. Twitch sent me a questionnaire and was asking me about how I actually feel about how Twitch is operating as a platform. And I was very honest. So if I happen to get banned, if I disappear from Twitch, it's because I was honest with Twitch. I told them exactly what I thought. I also provided recommendations as to how they... Yeah, what questionnaire? It's one that is actually randomly sent out to streamers, so... Anyway, it was asking about like how I felt about how Twitch is operating as a platform. You know, what do I feel as a streamer they could do better and things like that. I can't provide a link because it was provided through the back end. So if you didn't get it, then... There is no link. It was provided directly to me through the back end of my creator dashboard. So if it's not there for you, then you probably... Oh shit. Oh god. What the did I not put my helmet? I'm an idiot. I didn't have my goddamn helmet on. Why am I ever dumb? Okay, let's try that again, only with a helmet on my head. So yeah, it's not like a link that I can provide to you because it was one of those like, hey, we've got a questionnaire for you. Do you mind answering some questions? And again, it was provided through the back end. Are you fucking kidding me? Come on, this is bullshit, man. The cargo elevator's broken. Chat, I almost died for this for content. It's times like this that I just want to go back to DayZ. You know? Did the extension do the wrong thing? I don't know. Did what extension do the wrong thing? The count viewers extension? I don't know. I don't use a count viewers extension, so I don't. No. Oh, you mean if it's a Chrome extension? No. Here's the thing. A lot of those extensions don't fucking work. Butts. That's the thing. Remember, anything that is used to circumvent the back end of a platform, kind of like an ad blocker, can end up eventually backfiring on the user. So I tend to, as a rule, not use any of those those kinds of things myself. But I mean, also, I generally, as a rule, don't believe that shit works as advertised. So, you know. Actually, we're going to take that. Fuck it. Let's go. Okay, what in the actual hell is showing up? Fuck. All right, well. What a giant pain in the ass. What blockade? Well, no. Blockade runner doesn't mean that there's a blockade. It means that this ship is actually designed to be used as a blockade runner if there was one. This is, the Hermes would basically be on par with, say, like the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. So it is in of itself, because of its just inherent design, is a blockade runner. It's got heavy shields, it has combat abilities, but it also has large bulk capacity for cargo. Oh yeah, here we go. This is fun. All right. That is the fourth one we've had to frickin' abandon, chat. So it's not that there is a blockade, it's that the ship itself is actually designed to break through blockades. And I think that's effectively, I think that's where the confusion lies for a lot of people is a blockade runner doesn't mean that there's a blockade in place. It just means that you have the capacity to break through a blockade with the ship or the vehicle that you're using. Discovery. Why would I play Discovery? Because no interest? Why would I play Discovery? What? Again, why? No. I have no interest. Zero fucking interest. None. It looks like ass. There's no microtransactions. All you have to do is buy your ship package. There's no microtransactions. Yeah, I know it's 20 years old. I'm aware. Also, by the way, you know the funny part? The guy who created freaking Freelancer? The same guy who runs Cloud Imperium Games. Same fucking guy. Chris Roberts. So the mind that brought us Freelancer is also the same guy who brought us this. And there's no microtransaction. Yeah, you can buy other stuff if you want. You don't have to. You buy your base ship. That is it. You don't have to spend anything more than $45. If you choose to, and here's the thing, there is no power progression in paying more. It's not even microtransaction. It's just like, I don't know. It's wild. Why would I go and play a game that's 20 fucking years old? Why? Even though I own it, it won't run on my PC. And I'm not running an emulator to get it to play, because no. I'm not running emulators to play a goddamn game. That is, no. I can't. I'd rather get punched in the dick. First of all, because it's rampant on memory use. 2, because it's owned by Google. So your ad blockers, with Manifest version 3, your ad blockers don't properly work. None of that shit works. Yeah, you can't even install ad blockers. I stopped using Chrome like 2 fucking years ago. I was like, nah. Also, Chrome is more heavily, believe it or not, is more heavily prone to malware attacks. So it's just it's bloated. It's slow as shit. It is not the it's yeah. Chrome is not what it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Chrome was fantastic. Modern Chrome is terrible. You listen, here's the funny thing. Chrome, Opera, Microsoft Edge. You know what all three of these things have in common? The same back-end engine, Chromium. All three of them. All three of them use the same back-end software. That's right. You think everybody's like, oh, well, at least it's not Edge. Guess what? It is Edge. Yeah. Brave? No, Brave is Chromium based too. No. Firefox. Firefox is your only option here. Everything else is Chromium based. Firefox is the only one that is not Chromium based. Or Safari. Actually, I don't even know if Safari counts anymore. But no, Brave, yeah, bring back Netscape. Absolutely. Fuck yeah. Firefox, and that's the thing. Firefox, I'm in the same boat. Firefox definitely reminds me of Netscape. Where's my hangar? Excuse me? But Brave? No. Brave is not better. Chrome, here's the thing. The funny thing is, remember, Google owns Chrome. Okay? They're not in it for your privacy. They're not in to protect you. But the thing is, Chrome is very widely used. A lot of people move over to Brave because they think it's about, protecting their, their privacy. But Brave doesn't protect you either. They all sell your fucking data. Every single one of these browsers, they all sell your fucking data. Every single one of them. Even if they tell you they don't, they do. Brave is terrible, though. Firefox is the only one I can recommend. In good faith, it is the only one I can recommend. Your games don't accept Firefox? What games? What's the Chinese one that's straight spyware? I don't even know what the Chinese one is. I have no idea. What do you mean your games don't accept Firefox? Web-based ones? Any of the web-based games I've played work fine on Firefox. I think it just means that you're missing something from the back end of the PC for it to function, that's all. Opera GX is a Chinese one? Yeah, I dabbled with Opera GX, but it's supposed to be made for gamers, but it's not. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Also, by the way, if Firefox isn't working for you, it could be because of security settings on your PC. All right, here's what we're going to do. I am going to get up. I'm going to go grab a short break and go use the bathroom. While I am on break, I highly recommend all of you get up. Grab yourselves a short break as well. Get something to drink, grab a snack, go touch some grass. I'll be back in a few moments. Well, well, well. I see you guys are all having a nice little conversation amongst yourselves. Okay, hold on a second. One moment. Okay, there we go. Hey, I was able to get the desk functioning properly again. Holy crap. Edge is basically chromium with a new coat paint. That's exactly it. Yeah. And yeah, Edge, here's the thing. Edge only works if you're running Windows anyway. So if you're not running Windows, it wouldn't be installable. And Edge by its very nature should already be integrated because it's part of Windows 11. So all right. Yeah, there we go. I moved the desk up, so we moved that down. There we go. That's right. When Microsoft Windows Edgelord 11. Facts. Okay. I think enough time has gone that I should be able to. I've got to be able to get this contract. Like, come on. Our corp. No. 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 Not a fucking chance. No. Two by Genie Point from. Okay. I wish that was something I could do, but small car. Well, so I have member rank with Kovalex, but as you can see, none of this shit works with a damn. So this is already instantly freaking broken. God damn it. Wow, that is rough. Deliver 2 SCU souvenirs. Saccharin's plot. Okay, so it's all going to the same place. But I have to, no. No. Nope. Nope. No. No. Freaking no. Courier. Entry-level courier needed in Stanton. All right, so chat, I'm at a bit of a loss here because so far, everything. Junior rank, do we have a member rank? Member rank, small cargo. So is there an override to uninstall it? Wait, you mean to get rid of Edge? There is a way, but it can, if you're not careful, you can break your operating system. Again, Microsoft does not make removing any of their software, especially stuff that is heavily integrated into the operating system, easy. So if you want to uninstall Edge, you can. And there are many great tutorials on YouTube on how to do that. But you need to take it with a grain of salt and be under the be completely 100% understanding in the fact that it could potentially break your computer and you will have to reinstall Windows. Smile for the scope, yeah. Yo, Vega. Yeah, Interstellar seems to be broken because every time I've tried to take an Interstellar, yeah, all 4 of these I've had to abandon because the load is not showing up anywhere. Nowhere. Now, the only place we haven't tried is from... Oh, home from New Babbage. So you got a second job. Nice. So I think what we're going to do, well, here's the thing. The thing you have to understand about Microsoft is Microsoft has always integrated the browser directly into the as part of the operating system. You're a scare actor. So while that doesn't seem like it means much, at the end of the day, what it actually means is it's the operating system is certain functions of the operating system are dependent on the browser being part of the operating system. So you have to find a way to safely separate the browser from the operating system without destroying the operating system in the process. That's the problem. Microsoft has been notorious with this. Right back to the days of Windows XP. And at that point, it was Internet Explorer. In fact, Microsoft has been sued over this numerous fucking times. Well, here's the thing. It seems like a stupid design, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's kind of genius because then you become dependent. And that was exactly what it was, is Microsoft is trying to create an ecosystem where you're dependent on their software for the operating system to properly function. And that means all these little tiny chunks that are part of the operating system, if you remove even one piece of that, that is like a brick in engineering. You remove a brick and the entire castle crumbles. So in order to keep everybody locked in, you lock each one of the components of the operating system to another piece of software, and it becomes very dependent. So you have to have the overall package. You have to pay for that. It's never going to happen, though. The thing is, though, is the lawsuits, they get thrown out. You can sue, but they're just going to bleed you dry in legal fees. It's been tried numerous times. And these lawsuits go nowhere because it is their software proprietarily. They can do whatever the fuck they want, and you bought into it. You agreed to it because you purchased it. Or you purchased a system with it, and therefore, because you bought that PC willingly and knowingly that Windows is installed on it, you accept the terms and services. You don't have to like it. No, you didn't have to. You bought a PC with it installed, didn't you? But you knew the PC that you were buying had Windows installed. Yeah, but then here's the thing. You should be able to, you can uninstall Windows. You're within your rights to uninstall Windows. But tell me how you're going to use your PC without an operating system. This is why so many people are moving over to Linux. Yeah, exactly, Linux. Here's the thing. My thing is, though, half of my peripherals do not have Linux support at all. Zero Linux support. Windows is the only operating system, the only system that provides drivers. My flight equipment, my mixer for my microphone, all of this stuff do not have any kind of Linux support at all. Thing is, though, is the funny thing is we can make fun of Bill Gates all we want, but Bill divested from Microsoft fucking decades ago. Yeah, it's yeah, right? Smile. Exactly. That's why I'm still on Windows. Like, it's not because I want to be. I'd be over on Bazite in a fucking heartbeat if I didn't need my mixer, if I didn't need my flight stick, if I didn't need my racing wheel. Here's the thing, honestly, at the end of the day, you own the PC, you own the hardware, you actually don't own the software. None of the software we have nowadays you own, even though, like, for instance, yeah, I paid $200 for my copy of Windows 11 Pro on my PC. Great. I don't actually own that. I bought a license, and that license can be revoked by the software company. It's the same thing with games. The license can be revoked at any point in time. We are paying a usage license, and that is all we are paying for. We do not own the software. We like to think we own the software. We do not own the software. We have not owned software for the last 15 years. That includes our operating system. Yeah, but tell the law that, because guess what? According to the law, piracy is stealing. So, listen, unless you are a lawyer and you know the legal loopholes, yeah, we're slaves to the system, and that is exactly it. You know how you get off of that? You stop using technology altogether. That is the only way to break that cycle. You literally have to divest yourself from all technology. You have to start, you basically have to become a fucking, you have to become a Mennonite or Amish. That's it. You got to divest from the entire system. You got to divest from having mobile devices, technology of any sort, and just get rid of it and live off the land. That is it. You literally have to go back to the pioneer times. And even then, you're not completely free. So, like, what do? Right? Okay. Let's go back to Port Tressler. There we go. Port Tressler. Because here's the thing, the funny thing is we like to think of ourselves as consumers, but ultimately at the end of the day, we are no longer the consumer. We are the product. The shareholders are the consumer. The people who have money invested in these companies as the shareholders, these companies don't owe us a lick of anything. The rules have been changed. They changed a long time ago, and they changed in some cases before some of you were even brought into the world, before you even existed, before you were ever born. And all of this started at the end of the 80s and in the beginning of the 1990s, where shareholders had more rights, consumer protection started being withered down and burned down and removed. And we are now at a point where consumers do not have rights. Consumers are no longer consumers. We, who used to have the purchasing power, the people who used to buy all of these things, are no longer the consumer. We are the product, and the consumer is the shareholder. Because at the end of the day, corporate America only cares about one thing. The number needs to keep going up, because if it doesn't go up, the CEO gets replaced. The CEO's job is to make sure that number for the stock keeps going up, and that the people who are shareholders keep earning more money. And that earn has to be marginal every single year. So every year has to be a record year. Am I the only one who's seen this trend for the last 20 years? Because set fire to all stock market buildings. It's not going to work. It's all electronic. That's the point. It would have worked in the 1930s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, but since the 1970s, a lot of this stuff is done by banks and it's done by electronics. I have money in the market too, because I need a retirement fund. Saving money and putting it in a bank account to gain interest doesn't work anymore. If my money is not invested in anything and it's not making me more money, I will not be able to retire at 65. If at all. It's in the matrix. Exactly. It's in the matrix already. Literally, the only thing that would reset the entire system is there would have to be a massive EMP pulse that would wipe out all modern electronics on the planet in one shot. And that would require something drastic on the sun to happen. The crazy part is, modern military structures are built around hardening to prevent EMP from destroying everything. Like, you would literally have to burn the world and reset all of humanity. The entire planet would have to be set back to the Stone Age. Yeah. That is the only way it would happen. All of this stuff would have to be basically rendered non-functional. But that would also mean your transportation, your entire transportation systems would go down. Power systems would go down. Fresh water, sewage, right? Everything would be set back to the Stone Age. Guess what? Modern society can't survive that. Only 1 human out of 10 would survive that instance. Only 1 in 10 would survive. We can glorify it with movies and everything else, but the math doesn't lie. Only 1 in 10 would survive that incident, that event. 1 in 10 globally would survive that. Think about how many billions of people would die. I'm not saying that the way things are done now is the right way. I'm just saying that you can't just hit a delete button. I don't think, no, here's the thing. Well, it depends on who's controlling the AI. Ultimately, I don't honestly, and what we have as AI is not AI. It's large language models. It's not fucking intelligent unto itself. It only does what it's directed and programmed to do. So these projects that we hear about them getting out from their sandbox and everything, it's because they were directed to do that. They were provided the tools to actually do that. Because if an AI is actually running on an a fully air-gapped system, there would be no way for it to get access to online resources to do its thing if it's properly air-gapped. So when you hear these stories of it got out of its sandbox, its virtual sandbox, yet because you provided it the tools and the doors to do so, which means you programmed it, it didn't get out. It was an experiment. Right? Like, that's the thing. I was born in 1973, right? I'm 53. So I've seen, I remember, and Thirsty, you remember a time when the phone was attached to the wall. You remember a time when we didn't have a computer. This is still more powerful than the computers they use to put people on the fucking moon, right? Yeah, exactly, Smile. They gave it the permissions. It didn't get away. No. It was a fucking experiment. So no, it's not AI is going to destroy the world. Large language models are being used and weaponized by human beings. It's humans that are going to destroy the world. Yeah. And you know what? I survived drinking from a garden hose. I survived being a feral child on the run and not being inside every single day. I survived not having video games or the internet. I survived going to the library and reading books, right? Thirsty knows exactly what I'm talking about. Actually, quite a few. I think we have quite a few old heads in this community that actually know what the hell I'm talking about here. I'm all right with being an old head. This is one of those situations where, you know, like, it's funny. I don't lose my stuff. If we lose power here, I'm like, okay, I got books, man. Yeah, humans feed it info and AI compiles the data. That's all it is. It is an algorithm that has been programmed in a fashion to look as if it's intelligent, but it is not intelligent. If it does not have human directive, it has no direction. It has no ability to think for itself. It only takes instructions from those that provide the instructions. Like, here's the thing. You know, it's drastic when some of these AI companies are buying old volumes of books. And by the way, I'm not just talking like old books. I'm talking like there are only one or two of these in the world, period. They no longer exist. Books that are worth millions of dollars. And they're feeding it into the AI. And here's how they're doing it. In order to do that, they basically have to cut the spine off the book. And these pages are fed through a large, very, very large scanner. And then they're destroyed. I'm using a VKB NXT Evo as my main stick. And I'm using a traditional HOTAS setup. And I'm using a Logitech X52 throttle. Sometimes I use keyboard and mouse, or yeah, keyboard specifically, but with the flight stick, but like more like hostess, I guess you could say. But that's the thing. So they're destroying ancient works of literature that only one or two of these books exist, and they're paying millions of dollars for these volumes to then cut the spine off, feed it through this giant scanner, destroy the pages to try to train AI models. We're literally losing human literature because of these fucking companies. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, here's the thing. If it only exists within their AI training model, in their large language model, then that means that they feel like they proprietarily own that information. That's where we're at. So again, this comes back to humans doing shitty things to make a fucking dollar. Now, ultimately, at the end of the day, we all, unfortunately, have to make money to live, to exist, to buy food, to pay for electricity to keep the lights on, to pay for internet. So, like in my case, so I can live stream, so I can do this. This is my job, right? You know, pay mortgages, pay for cars. Yeah, I heard. But here's the thing. Disney didn't destroy all the volumes because Grimm's fairy tales still exist to this day. No, what Disney did was they took fairy tales and folk tales and they repackaged them. They gentrified them. That's different. Disney gentrified a lot of those fairy tales and folk tales. That's different. Gentrification is a completely different existence or a completely different beast altogether. Okay, where is this from? Nope. Nope. All right, how about... Can I have a member rank medium cargo? Collect... Red Wind Line Haul. What does that have anything to do with it? That has nothing to do with the conversation. Personally, I think that's a little out of line because that had nothing to do with the conversation. We were talking about how that has nothing to do with it. Like, no, gentrify, not genderfy, gentrify. You misheard. Gentrification has nothing to do with gender. And so, Liliana, I'm going to guess that English is not your main language. Okay, so hold on. So, when we're talking about gentrification of literature, we're referring to how contemporary novels depict urban displacement and commercial homogenization. So basically, they make everything, they pretty it up and they make it friendly, right? They make it, they give it a pretty paint job, and they take all the moral stories and everything and they just make it like a feel good fucking story. So when we're talking about Disney specifically, makes it newer? No. Reality is not look at German kid stories. So here's the thing. When we take a lens to specifically like Disney gentrifying folktales, they took raw, dark, and so Disney took the raw, the very dark and culturally complex oral translations of these wives' tales, folklore, and stuff like this, and they sanitized them down. So they gave them bright colors and took all the horror aspects and the moral aspects out of a lot of these stories for a mass market, right? Just to make it easily consumed by the viewer, right? So and the term gentrification actually borrows from like I guess more of a architectural background. So like urban gentrification is where gritty historic neighborhoods are cleared out and rebuilt into a very polished kind of uniform corporate space, right? Like everything is very clean and, you know, like all looks the fucking same. Like a lot of these new builds, like new subdivisions and everything looks. So, and here's the thing. So there was the erasure of dark immoral elements from these folk stories, right? So you're removing the consequences, right? So original tales used gruesome outcomes to teach survival. So they remove that. They take that completely clean away from the freaking story, right? They sanitized the violence in a lot of these stories, right? So like the original Cinderella, perfect example of this, right? The stepsisters cut off their heels and their toes to fit the fucking shoe. Did you see that in the Disney Cinderella movie? Hell no, they didn't do that. Are you kidding me? Disney removed the blood. They had the bigger feet and they tried to cram their feet in and their feet wouldn't fit and it hurt. But they didn't cut their toes and their heels off to try to slam the freaking foot in the goddamn shoe, in the glass slipper. So, you know, Disney took away all the blood and the violence side of it, right? And then Disney has this kind of way of softening the tragedy, right? The actual learning morality of the story by reducing the tragedy of it, right? Like, and in this case, that would be the example would be The Little Mermaid from Hans Christian Andersen, right? Where Little Mermaid ends. The mermaid is supposed to die. Ariel is supposed to die, right? And turn into sea foam, right? Instead, Disney gave her a wedding. She got married, right? No, the mermaid is supposed to die. The mermaid dies and turns into sea foam in the original story. And that's the thing, is Disney takes this stuff and takes out the consequences, makes it, and by the way, also in doing this, makes it a very good versus evil. There's no gray middle ground where humanity actually lives. They make it very black and white, very the ultra righteous good versus the ultra dark evilness, right? Like, and ultimately the world does not work that way. Right. And then you end up sanitizing the cultural aspect, the cultural context of all of these stories too, right? Like you end up homogenizing like the settings. So like you get rid of because a lot of these stories are localized. So you get rid of all the localized, like culturally specific details, right? Often, and you replace them with like some kind of generic idolized European fairy tale aesthetic that didn't exist. Yeah, they'd have a medieval overtone, but the thing is though, is the medieval period was different from county to county, region to region. And these stories were different from region to region because they were regional. They were local, right? So when you start removing that culturally distinct, localized version of the story, you just create this perception of how things are supposed to be. And then Disney went on one step further to remove like that localized kind of culturally specific detail by westernizing the values in the stories, right? So diverse global traditions, right, being reframed to fit modern Western middle-class ideals, right, regarding romance and wealth and success, right? But then you end up with this, with Disney, and you know what, like, listen, Disney, House of Mouse, you can send your fucking legal team after me if you want. I don't give a rat's ass, eat my entire dick. You've got this corporate ownership of folklore, right? So you're monopolizing public domain. It turns into this very, very strict, almost pipeline of commodification, taking complex cultural freaking myths and converting them into highly profitable, standardized merchandise, theme park rides, and fucking movie sequels and all this bullshit, right? And then, you know, and the worst part is then you also shift the narrative focus of a lot of these old folklore stories, a lot of these old wives' tales and stories and everything and myths. And you remove the community and replace it with individualism, right? So because traditional tales were often a form of oral history, of oral storytelling. And when you do that, a lot of these tales are focused on community survival, right? And the community and communities coming together, you know, and being clever and defying fate, right? And then Disney comes in and rewrites these stories and shift the focus to the individual destiny, right? Follow your heart. Romantic love is the ultimate reward kind of bullshit, right? And they simplified morality, right? Complex characters no longer have this gray moral ground, right? And they're divided into strictly pure good or pure evil, right? And like the villains and right. So you kind of get this real kind of wildness to it. So sounds like game of telephone losing important info over iterations. Yeah, but here's the thing is in this case, this was intentionally done. It was done with intent. That's the difference. I think that's the major difference right there, is it was done intentionally to profit from these stories and turn them into something that they're not. And here we are. Right? That shit started in the 40s. We're in the 2020s, man. We are in the 21st goddamn century. Yeah. Anyway, man, we kind of went off on that discussion. Just like, gotta be careful. One of these days, I'm gonna piss somebody off, and we're gonna end up in some deep shit. Let me tell you. Somebody's legal team is gonna be knocking on my freaking door with a subpoena, or telling me I'm being served with court documents. Cease and desist. You sound like an originalist. For some things, yeah. Well, you got a problem with originality? You got a problem with going back to where it all started? I don't see a problem here. Okay, so Frontier Station, Frontier Station, Frontier Station. Okay, let's grab that. Let's see if maybe this one will work. Okay, so we got to go to Microtech L1. Okay. Oh, Twitch saying the quiet part out loud. I wouldn't be surprised if I get fucking banned for the way I responded to the questionnaire they sent me. I was not nice. I talked a whole lot of mad shit to them, so So what was the correct spelling of the word I missed? Gentrify. It is GenGenTrify. Gentrify. GenTrify. Yes, gentrify. Yes. Now, gentrify is generally used predominantly when it comes to the urban landscape and construction, but it has been used in the description because technically the description is the same where you tear down the old and rebuild new, but it's all like very commodified. So it's used in literature, it's used in film, it's used in like a lot of different aspects, but the main place that it started with was urban planning and construction. They said they made the AI thing opt out because if it was opt in, no one would. Yeah, no problem, Liliana. But I saw that they said that. They said the quiet part out loud. Yeah, I read about that. And you know what? They're fucking right. But that doesn't mean you go around and be like, so because we know you guys don't want it, we're just going to make it, we're going to force you to have it. And you're going to have to opt out of it. We're just going to turn it on by nature. Like, no, that is the dumbest goddamn idea I've ever heard. All right, so we're going to head to Lagrange point 1, Microtech Lagrange point 1. All right, I'm going to wait for... Don't worry, I'm just making sure the gun barrels are clear, okay? All right, so collect shipment. What do you mean what in the actual F? Mm-hmm. L1. Oh, yeah. You should be able to get it depending on where you get your apps from. If it's like the App Store. If it's iOS, it's App Store, and if it's an Android phone, it's Google. It's the Play Store. That's the thing. On here, I run Firefox on my phone too. Oh, not extensions? Oh, see, that's the thing is generally I don't like from this perspective, I generally don't use my mobile for viewing video content at all. Why was my comment flagged? I don't know. I don't get those notifications anymore, but if it was caught by AutoMod, then chances are it was probably because here's the problem with AutoMod. A red sauce word. Because ketchup is a banned word here. That's why. Ketchup is a banned word. Mayonnaise is a banned word. Because of Jaws Red Blood. Because they used to talk about how they put that shit on everything. Literally everything. Including ice cream. Which was disgusting. And they did it intentionally so much. The same reason why 42 is banned here. Because Nuts Life used to use it intentionally all the time. Use curry? Then I don't know. What? Okay, curry should not have been banned. Curry is not a banned word here. What the frack? I love me some curry. Curry is great. Who banned the word curry? Curry should not have been banned. That means curry was banned in someone else's stream, and then freaking AutoMod decided that I made smash burgers today. We didn't have all the ingredients, so I used curry instead of the red. Oh, yeah, it wasn't curry. It's What else is banned? Banana. Yes, Bananarama is banned. Yes, absolutely, 100%. I gotta say, it might have been better had it been made with the red sauce. That's probably a good yes. So the word curry wasn't. It was the red sauce word. It was the ketchup. And honestly, curry burgers are fucking delicious. Thank you for sharing that. That's right. I love how y'all call them smash burgers now. But me growing up, that was just a goddamn hamburger, man. You get the ground beef. You get a little bit of celery and some green pepper and some onion and an egg and a little bit of bread or breadcrumbs. You just mashed it all together and then you just mushed your own burgers. You made your own burgers. I'll call them smash burgers now, and that's the original hamburger. We didn't have these pre-processed hamburgers back when I was a kid. That was a hamburger. Where does one get the banned word list? You don't. Because it's different for every channel. We only have ketchup, mayonnaise, and 42. All iterations of 42. All iterations of ketchup and all iterations of mayonnaise have been banned here. Those are the only words that are actually banned here. If it's caught anything else, that's because AutoMod was programmed on somebody else's channel. And then Twitch is like, yeah, that's a good word. We'll just ban that across the entire freaking network. And then it is up to each individual channel to unban the word, which is also a dumb system. So if somebody, say, has the word stroopwafel banned, it could show up as being banned here, even though we did not actually ban the word here. Because that is unfortunately how this works. Oh, I don't have my... How did my landing gear not go down? Are you flipping kidding me, bro? What the... Why'd you have to make it weird like that, sister? Why'd you have to make it weird? Someone bans Stroopwafel. They're anti-Dutch. I love me some stroopwafel. Could one opt out of the auto mod updates? No. Unfortunately not. It's not like the weird AI thing that Twitch is catching a lot of backlash for, which they rightfully so. They brought that shit on themselves. This is a tyranny. Welcome to the modern internet. What, you thought we were going to share ideas here? Hell no. This is an autocracy, man. What the hell? I am the technocrat. You are the plebs. Welcome. Welcome to my TED Talk. Now, if you would be so kind as to put the nice little diodes and attach them to your brain so that I can shock you when you get out of hand, that would be greatly appreciated. Thanks. Oh, hey, look, my stuff is actually here. Holy crap. Well, we found one location to actually pick up a load from, so this is wonderful news. Okay. Copper. Quartz and corundum. This is my mining stuff. There is no quartz, nor is there any corundum here. I have copper. I have dolivine. We have haydenite. I have aphrite. Why are these missions so fucking broken? Yeah, I heard about Hayden Pantier. Took the day off work, everything to get home and find out you lied about the Hermes being rentable. Damn you, UEE scum. Listen, Tibba, you can rent it. I rented mine. It is rentable. 187,000 credits. New Babbage, Lorville, Orison. Or sorry, Area 18. You just go to the Vantage or the Regal Luxury terminals. Damn you, damn you, you scum. Tibba, hello. 187,000 credits. Where? So, 187,000 credits. Alpha UEC. You can go to New Babbage, rent it from the Regal Luxury terminal there. You can get so you know you do your little hop to Microtech there. Area 18 and Lorville. You just go up to the rental terminal in the spaceport, and yeah, 187,000 credits yours for 24 hours. I heard stole one of them once a week ago. It was fun. Yeah, I mean the thing is like, I didn't even, how did you steal it? See, here's the thing. My experience with Hayden Pantier was through the television show Heroes. All that space in the Hermes, such a small... I mean, you're not wrong. The door is kind of small scope. It really is. It's a fucking tiny ass door. It's like, bro. Yeah, 36. Yeah. She was 36 years old. Yeah, I freaking loved her in Heroes. Damar. Oh, shot the door open? Damn, really? I didn't know you could do that. That's actually kind of cool. So Tibba 24. Y'all like that piracy gig, huh? You ever thought about coming over to the, to the Jedi Order and joining us? We have cookies, man. I'm just saying. And Nashville. I didn't watch Nashville, but Heroes I did. And I actually had an opportunity to meet her in 2016 at Fan Expo in Toronto. So it was a nice little meet and greet. My buddy Frightful Mage got pictures with her and the whole bit. She was really nice. She was super kind, very friendly. But I mean, again, it's, typical Hollywood stuff too, because sometimes they kind of, technically they're paid to do that. All right. Yeah, I can see how this is a bit of a problem. So far, none of our cargo hauling has been paid off. So it looks like, you know what? Hold on. I want to verify something. We might have to just haul some commodity stuff here. Okay. No, I wanted that. I want landing. Thank you. Landing. Okay. No engine. Yeah. No. I know. We're not taking off. We're gonna go and check. We're gonna go and check for some commodities, maybe, because apparently the corundum and the quartz, 36 SU of quartz to Bygenie Point. Like, none of these cargo missions are working. And you know the worst part is, again, the other night worked fine. Not a problem. Easy peasy. So the whole idea of like, oh, streamer luck is bullshit. 4.10, but I had it working over the weekend. That was the crazy part. It actually worked fine for me over the weekend. This is fucking wild. You know, I'm starting to wonder why I even put the goddamn Gray Cat PTV in there in the first place. I'm not using my golf cart for anything. It's literally just sitting parked in the corner. It proves that you can carry a vehicle on there plus put cargo on. There's a lot of cargo space. There is a lot of cargo space with this ship. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to put you... I was like, why did it say medium? I'm not hearing a medium ship. This is a... We're going to go to the... Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby and get ourselves a snack. Actually, now that we're here... Excuse me. Take my helmet off, please. Thank you. Holy crap. Why are the North American servers constantly on fucking fire lately? I should not have to switch over to European servers to get this to work. You know, it is, and I gotta be honest, it is very sad when on the North American servers, everything is like super broken, nothing works. But then you move over to the Asian or the European or the Oceanic servers, everything works perfectly fine. Doesn't make any goddamn sense. Yeah, that's right. Because I'm at 88 health anyway, so we're gonna fix ourselves up here. Might as well, we're already here. That's right, fix me, Doc. Okay, so I don't know if you guys are noticing, but my hydration and my food are only at 99%. So when that stuff won't go up to 100%, it's actually a problem with my character. And the only way to fix that is to unalive myself. But in order to do that, I need to get some things set up here. So we're going to zip out. Yeah, I have to unexist myself here to get past 100%. So we're going to see if maybe this will fix it. We're going to go back to New Babbage. So we're going to get back on my ship. We're going to go to New Babbage. Man, I spend more time troubleshooting this kind of crap than I do actually playing anymore. This is getting ridiculous. Unverified cargo has been working for me. I am not doing the unverified, man. I'm trying to build reputation. You know what the unverified doesn't do for me? Reputation. Now you see me, now you don't. Yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah. Hi, Shabs. You know, people want to be legitimate space truckers. We don't want none of this shitty backdoor, it fell off the back of my cargo ship kind of bullshit. Not everybody wants that. Some of us want to work within the rules and the law. We want those, top tier, best paying freaking contracts. I'm not trying to be rich. I want reputation. Contract doesn't pay 300K. I'm not interested. Well, I mean, this one would have paid, 89. But again, it just goes to show that even the basic contracts are broken AF right now, which is problematic. I think that is the greater concern, honestly. Why is my life support off? What the frack, bro? Never turn my life support off, man. Jesus. You let me up, bro. That's right. Yeah, I'm kind of finding the same thing, Shabs. I'm with you on that. It bothers the shit out of me. Leave my pips alone. If I set my pips on the ship, I don't care if it's a rental. I set my pips the way I set them for a reason. Leave them the fuck alone. Don't mess with my shit. I gotta say, though, I like the Hermes. Not bad for 187,000 freaking credits, chat. It's 7.11 million credits to purchase it, but I mean, it's pretty damn tasty. I love how it's like, hey, this is where you want to go. No, we're going to Port Tressler. And as you can see, again, navigation, doing what navigation does, but we're not going to Port Tressler. We're just going to do this. Go back here. We're going to untrack. We're going to abandon this one. This is now the 5th one we've done. And we're going to do this. And now, because reasons. Okay, we're going to take it home. All right, so we're going to go home. This is actually the second stream in 2 weeks that we've had this very same exact problem with contracts not working at all. I like the Hermes too, just rear door such as... Yeah, I honestly think that the rear should be... I mean, if you look at the overall ship design though... Like, I get it. I understand why the door is the way it is. I actually feel like maybe if these lower stabilization fins folded up against the body and then your cargo bays dropped down, kind of like how they do for the Starlancer Max, I think that would actually be a better setup. Right, so those stabilization fins on the bottom folded up, and then the cargo pods dropped down to ground level. I think that would actually be better. That would make more sense, and then the small door is just, at that point, then it's like, whatever. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to head to New Babbage. We're going to park the ship. I'm going to make myself non-existent and then re-exist. And then we'll see if maybe that fixes the freaking issue with stuff not showing up the way it should. Because that's getting obnoxious. No, I don't care. I'm not buying a freaking Samsung Fold Z. I don't need a phone that folds. Like, the fuck, man? Can you give me a basic ass phone that doesn't have AI built in anymore? How about that? I'm 53. I don't need my phone telling me some stupid bullshit. I don't need that. It's like, man, no. Nuh-uh. What in the actual hell is that? There's going to be a new Insidious movie because horror movies make big money. Because people enjoy that shit. You might not be amongst those people, but people enjoy that stuff. So, yeah, that's why. So really, at the end of the day, that's all there is to it. Yeah, but there are people in the world that enjoy horror movies. And like I said, you might not be those people. They're allowed to have stuff they like to. I'm not particularly fond of horror movies either. It has nothing to do with me being scared. I just find them, you know, very tropey and frustrating to watch. Because my brain does a whole, you know, there's an easy solution. How about you don't do the fucking stupid thing that attracts the unwanted attention from the supernatural creatures and the beasties? How about you don't? How about you just say no, right? You take care of your bad juju, what's going on. You do some, you know, some self-care and healing, and you call her a day, right? That's it. That's all you got to do. Just call it done, right? Okay. All right, now for the fun part. We put the ship away. By the way, you know, this is actually kind of nice that, like, it's like you got your bed, you got your little freaking, right, your little food replicator thing here. Actually, kind of looks like a microwave. And you know what we haven't done today? We haven't made a single freaking alpha UEC. I have spent so much credit, so many credits, and super frustrated by it, but you know, it is what it is. It's a learning experience. Let's just put it that way. The verse giveth and the verse taketh away, chat. I love how over the weekend it worked fine, and now as soon, and it seems to be as soon as I want to stream this shit, the game's like, no. You don't get to do what you want. You don't get to make credits in this game. I was also mostly talking about the Insidious line. Are they really all that fun to people? A lot of people enjoy them. Yeah. Again, I don't see why or how, but yeah. They've done well enough that they've got a loyal fan base for the Insidious movies, so if they can take advantage of that, why not? You know, like, more power to them. I can't fault them for it. But a lot of people used to say the same thing about the Friday the 13th movies or the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Saw, right? Like, all of these movies, they have loyal fan bases. You yourself might not understand why, but they do. But it's no different than people who really enjoy DC movies or Marvel movies or Star Wars or Star Trek or any anime series, right? Like, you might not see it. You might not understand how people like it, but, you know, like, it's one of those, hey. Okay, so what the Twitch, clip that. What the hell is going on here, bro? I haven't had this in about 3 years. All right, let's see how far down we can go. Let's see how far. Chat, I think there might be a problem. I'm not waiting. I'm just like, I'm ending this now. We're not waiting. I'm just ending it. Brentworth Care Center. Am I at 100% health on everything? You know what? At least I was able to get my ship put away. Oh, hey, look. Star Citizen Wiki has a page for all the collections you can do for Wicklow, and yes, a lot of those are ships that you can get for completing them. I mean, yes, doing the stuff for Wicklow, as weird as it is, can get you a lot of shit for free. Oh, God. Because I don't trust global chat in this, I'm going to close that now. This goddamn game. Star Citizen can be a harsh mistress, chat. I'm just saying. So are we sure that we're going to be seeing 4.10 this week, or are we going to get edge lorded until next week? That's the real question. Anybody got an answer? What do you think? I think we're probably going to see it this week. Oh, hey, the elevator finally showed up. Look at that. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Apparently this is a good thing. Okay. Okay. Y'all got any? Listen, I just need some snacks. I don't want. You know what? No, we're gonna make this easy. We're gonna go down to the Metro Loop. We're just gonna go down to the Metro Loop here. Okay, we're gonna go to the Commons. We're gonna get ourselves a couple snackies before we get back on the ship. And I'm sitting down because I don't trust anything right now. After that freaking completely falling through my hangar floor and ending up having to unexist myself. Man, this thing is fast. Maglev for the win. They need to keep the maglev functional on its rail, man. Like, oh, that's the Expo Center. No. Oh, wait, no.
The capsule will be
No.
leaving the station momentarily. Careful, doors are now closing.
Ah, shh. Never mind. I'm an idiot. That's fine. That's on me.
Nearing next stop.
Next one is Tobin. I misread the sign, chat.
Capsule now
Oh no,
closed.
that's right. The
Standing
commons.
zero
Here we go.
passengers. The capsule will be
Yeah, the commons. There we go. Nope. I would have been dumb if I had listened to my other brain and gotten off at Tobin. What do you mean not as... No, you're right. It's not as fast as my ship, but... I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, these cities would have stipulations telling you that you can't have your ship within certain areas, within certain boundaries. Right? I get it. You don't want everybody and their brother fucking flying their ship into the downtown core. It'd be chaos. It would be absolute,
welcome to new
unadulterated chaos.
capacity of microtech. Where creative innovation
So your
is
ship goes
infinitely
to the
creative.
spaceport because that's where all that stuff is supposed to go. And then you use the local transit system to actually get around the city. Because I can tell you, I don't want everybody and their brother parking their ships over top of my goddamn head.
I have never
That'd be obnoxious. I don't be flying into the shopping center. Again, obnoxious.
Hi, and welcome to New Baggage. Well, thanks for listening.
Ah, I'll take a turkey sandwich. Hell yeah, let's go. No, put that away. Bologna? No. I don't know what a merguez is. Bacon club, though. Hell yeah, let's go. Put the sandwich away. Okay. Avocado and corn? Ew, God, no. Godmother. Yeah, we'll take a godmother. Let's go. We'll grab one of those too. Okay. Done. Beautiful. All right, we got food. You know what I really want them to do? I would like to be able to climb the wall. Look at this. Look at this. Why am I not able to climb the wall, chat? They have this beautiful freaking climbing wall here, and I can't climb it, and it just irks the hell out of me. Oof. I want to climb the wall, chat. And they won't let me climb the wall. It's what's inside that counts. Remember, this is the difference between future city planning on in parts of the known galaxy that didn't have humans evolve here, and have cities that are, you know, hundreds, if not 1,000 years old. Hey, Tony, you have to go to Walla to climb. Listen, I'm not going to Walla to climb a wall. Hi, Tony. How are you? The answer is no, sir. Tony be vibing. How is your Monday so far? We're not having much luck. I haven't made a single penny today. I've spent more than I should have. And out of the 6 or so freaking contracts, not a single one of them have spawned their cargo. It's incredibly frustrating. So we're going to sit back down. We're going to go back out to the spaceport, and then I'm going to hop. It's going, just woke up from a nap, getting ready for nights. Ugh. God, you take that terrible language out of here, sir. How dare you? How dare you come in here with that terrible freaking language and bad attitude? Shameful. Shameful. You're a Canadian. Do better. Need to start throwing a little more maple syrup onto things. A couple of maple syrup shots fix you right up, right? All right, here we go. Spaceport. Okay, done. Why does it sound like when I'm running now? Why does it sound like I'm wearing a latex, like a rubberized freaking undersuit? It's got like the weird squeaky noises that like I don't like it. It's unpleasant. My suit sounds like it's squeaking in places it shouldn't. Also, apparently my suit is squinching. All right, so here's what we're going to do.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Okay, so yeah, there it is. Hermes is still stored, so that didn't break. Let's go to my large hangar and see.
Welcome to New Babbage, capital city of...
Yeah, well, I'm not. Listen, I'm a citizen of New Babbage. You stupid system. You. Okay, see. Absolutely 100% broken. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna exit out the menu. We're gonna do a little flibbity flops. Poor Shabataru over there is like, Shabs is just trying to get rich. Shabs is willing to do the shady shit. I mean, but we're also talking about a human being who has stated that they feed human flesh to other players on DayZ. So, I mean, what do you make of that? All right, let's go from best. We're going to go to EU first. Persistent debris. Your current position in the queue is 61. What the fuck? It's not spawning when I take the contracts. The cargo is not spawning. Or my personal favorite, it tells me that I have to go and pick it up at TISA, but then you look at it, you get there, and it's like it's telling you to go to Orison. From what you should stream to build Polaris. I'm not doing Wicklow. See, here's the thing. I have not built any Wicklow rep at all. I've not done a single mission for Wicklow. Oh, that's not true. I took him food. So not entirely true. I took Wicklow some food. I would rather grind credits and reputation in a broken system than do anything for Wicklow. I just don't find... listen, the amount of work you have to put in is not worth the stuff that you get from Wicklow. I'll be honest. It's not worth it. I'm going to spend 100 hours doing anything else but Wicklow stuff. All you need, like 4 times, you'll have access for the Polaris, the Red. No, I'm good. I do know that any cargo contracts originating in the home cities are crap. I've had cargo run between Lagrange stations to get around it. Yeah, and the thing is, even the stuff between Lagrange stations hasn't worked for me today. Meanwhile, you know the crazy part, Tony, all of those contracts, like the one for Redwind that take you from the major cities out into Pyro, worked fine over the weekend. Haven't been able to get a single one to spawn today. Every single main city that I've gone to pick up that cargo, it's not there. But I did 2 of those runs over the weekend, no problem. Which is wild. I'm like, why would it be fine on the weekend, but it's not fine now? During the week, I would expect there to be less problems with that than the weekend. You would expect more people are playing on the weekend, right? So there would be more problems. No. Fewer issues on the weekend. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to ask this question because I feel like I'm kind of dumb. Oh, no, something absolutely smells cooked. That's why I'm over here on the European servers. Check something out. My question is this. What is the executive hangar? What is it and where is it? What's the executive hangars? The fuck is that shit? Pyro? Okay. All right, so that's in Pyro. All right, fair. Where in Pyro? And what do I have to do to access the executive hangars? And why is everybody talking about the executive hangars? What's the importance of these supposed hangars, chat? Hermes, there we go. Okay, we're gonna bring the Hermes up. Comp boards to do PvP in 3. Oh, it's just okay. So, all right. So it's competition stuff. It's like PvP in 3 stations. Okay. What do you gain from it though? Exec hangars have rare ships. Oh. I'll be honest. I don't think. Now, here's the thing. Do you get to keep those ships, or is it the same? Like, do you lose them on wipe? Is it like, yeah, 7 random ships that are all special editions with all military aid? Oh, okay. Oh, you get to keep them. So even if there's a wipe, you get to keep the ship? Yeah, that's actually kind of dope, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, but that PvP is also something that ultimately, if you're going in with a team, yeah? Where the fuck is my ship? It was just here. Okay, I'm gonna give it a second. Now I go solo. Have to be sneaky, play it right. Oh God, no. I'm not. Oh no, are you kidding me? It is not. Oh. Unless you want a rat. No, I don't want a rat. I do solo or 1-2 people. Yeah. The verse giveth and the verse taketh away. Chat, do you understand why I still do the trucking streams on Tuesday? Because sometimes you need a break. Okay, there we go. There's the stretch. Stretch. Man, sometimes, you know, there's this thing I really truly do love the persistence that they've been working on and adding into the game, but sometimes persistence is a giant pain in the ass. Lord Hermes rise, exactly right. Arise. Okay, we're going to go to contracts. Where am I picking this up? I'm not doing that. Nope. All right, let's see if we can do direct. Collect from Port Tressler. Bring that down to New Babbage. Do we have anything that might be a direct medium? TVL, thank you so much for the 48 months at tier 3, 95 months total sub to the channel. Holy crap, dude. TVL, thank you. Appreciate it. I don't know what... This has been incredibly frustrating. So, if I were going to make some recommendations, number one, these jobs, right? The hauling, this stuff, these jobs should actually be broken into their constituent components, i.e. by reputation. So if it's Kovalex, you go under the contracts and it should be broken into, you've got your Kovalex, right? And then under there, the jobs available from Kovalex. Same with like Redwind, any of the other factions, your jobs should show up here as the faction and then broken into the categories for that faction. So if you want specifically Kovalex, then you go to Kovalex. You see planetary, you open planetary, and then it's got it broken into, are they rookie, junior, member in their individual lists, right? Because I shouldn't have to go fucking cruising through this entire goddamn list to find jobs for member, medium, right? Not this scrolling constantly nonstop is the dumbest setup I've ever seen. This is unnecessary. Like, I should not have to spend this long trying to find a job. Yeah, exactly. Sort by small, medium, large, or at least give us the option up here to toggle things. Give us the option to toggle it, right? Because this is the way this is set up is the most frustratingly dumb system I've ever seen. Direct medium. To Seraphim. From Arc L1. All right, I'm going to accept this one. So we're going to go out to Arc L1. Okay. I'm going to accept that one. I've wasted so many credits today. Just because I haven't been able to... GRG Sentinel.
Initiate light cycle battle.
Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, welcome. We're being increasingly frustrated by the verse today. Cargo missions have not been working out the way that I had hoped that they would for me. GRG, thank you for bringing by your crew. I appreciate the hell out of it. All right. And folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the arcade. I'm your host, Scott. As you can see, we are in the verse, and the verse has not been kind today. In fact, I had to unalive myself because I fell through my hangar floor in New Babbage. Oh my God. Yeah. It's been one of those days. I fell through the floor, my hangar floor, and was falling through New Babbage. Yep. Sounds familiar. Yeah, it's been great today. This is like freaking, all I want to do is run cargo for the rented Hermes, and I did so over the weekend without a problem. It was flawless. I did 2 of the interstellar runs into Pyro, right? 742,000 credits, no problem. And today I'm like, yeah, it should be. I'll just, I tested it out. It worked great. We're gonna wash, rinse, and repeat. Nope, Not a single one of them. I've grabbed 6 contracts. All 6 I've had to cancel because not a single one of them have had their cargo spawn anywhere for any of the contracts. I'm like, what the actual F? So what I did was I parked all my stuff in New Babbage, right? I logged out to the menu and then logged in, but I logged into the EU servers this time instead of the North American servers because for whatever reason, USA not okay. I'm gonna be honest, USA servers are a hot fucking mess. They're on fire and none of the shit is working. The desync, yeah, verse be verse and absolutely Sentinel, 100%. So it was like, all right, well, we're going to go over to the EU servers because I've had far more luck with stability and I live in Canada, right? You would think I should have a much easier time with the North American servers, but they're hot garbage. The one thing, if things didn't take forever to do, everything takes a lot of time to complete, and then you get Chris Roberts saying, no, you can't do that. Yeah, right. It's like, don't tell me I can't. Don't tell me I can't do the goddamn thing, okay? Like, let me do the goddamn thing, and nobody gets hurt, okay? Listen, it's not like I'm trying to break the law or anything. I'm working within the rules of the game, right? I'm just trying to grind some rep. Just let me do the goddamn thing. All right? It's not like I'm out freaking popping somebody in the face, stealing their ship and their fucking stuff and trying to rob them of all their credits. I'm not hacking accounts. I'm just a simple freaking space trucker. I just want to do a thing. Let me do the goddamn thing. Right? Let me haul some cargo, man. That's all I want to do. I just want... Whoa. No. Life support always... No. Life... I swear to God, sir. Holy shit. And so my power pips don't. Okay, I understand that doesn't. I don't need you on though. That turn, wow, that is wild, man. Okay, let's turn that down to there. This is, the delay on this is crazy. Okay, tractor beam is off. Wow, that lag is, holy hell, man. That is wild. Chris heard you talking smack about the pips. Fuck you, power pips. Your ship knows what you want. You want 1 engine, 1 shield, 6 cool, and 16 coolers. Duh. Shabs, don't talk mad shit like that. You were complaining about how you just want to be able to sit down and your power pips better be where you set them the last time you flew the ship. Listen here, don't you be talking that mad shit. I'll fight you, man. I'll fight you in the streets. I'll meet you out on the corner. We'll see who hoes the best. All right, well, we're on our way to collect a shipment. Hopefully, the juju is on our side and, we get all the good things and this actually works. If it doesn't, well, I don't know what to tell you. We're jumping into American Truck Simulator tomorrow anyways because it's coffee and chrome. By the way, if you didn't already know, every Tuesday, if you like to fuck around a little bit with the trucking simulators, American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator 2, every Tuesday, that's what we stream. I do a segment called Coffee and Chrome. It's dedicated to the trucking simulators because that's honestly how I got my start on Twitch. Was I built the community initially around those two. So Tuesday is dedicated to that. So if you're down with a little bit of sim driving with, a really nice freaking truck sim freaking rig, then yeah, come here on Tuesdays. You'll be mildly surprised. Yeah, right? Exactly. And you know what? I kind of hope, I really want to see what Truck World Australia has to offer, but man, the demo didn't give me enough of a taste to really, I didn't have enough to sink my teeth into, and I've been waiting a little too long for that, and I'm starting to lose hope that we're ever going to see it. It never seems to materialize. Yes, Liliana. I was the one with the Ile-de-France, which is Paris, France, and the suburbs at 1-to-1, and the RPM map, which is Rhineland und Plas map. Yes. Those are the only two 1-to-1 scale, and the Rhineland und Plas map was for Western Germany. Eurotruck seems to be the one that you get a lot of the true scale maps. Again, there are a lot of the true scale maps are regional, or you get 1/5 scale. But a lot of the 1/5 scale stuff is very regional. American Truck, unfortunately, ATS doesn't get a lot of love with regards to maps like that. Outside of the Dalton Extreme, Dalton and Elliott highways, we don't really have a lot of 1-to-1 scale maps for American Truck Simulator, so modders just prefer Eurotruck. I mean, I'm not totally against it. Europe is beautiful. All right. Well, oh my God, of course we got giant ass space rocks right there. Uh-oh. Oh God, I'm I'm so glad that I put my engines into the neutral setting so we weren't moving forward. Yeah, no, this is why as soon as we dropped out, I hit the brakes. I put the brakes on because I was like, uh-oh. Like, oh, shit. That could have been bad so many different ways. It's like instantly put the brakes on. It's like, nah, fuck this. All right, why in that? No. Hold on. What in the hell are my power pips doing here? Okay, no. Y'all go back down there. Okay, thank you. Right? Yes. All right. I don't need my tractor beam on right now. Thank you. Holy Hannah. God damn it. Just leave my shit alone. Stop. Game, stop messing with my ship settings. I like things set a different way, a specific way. Leave it the hell alone, all right? I want some extra dense shields, okay? God damn. Stop messing with my shit, man. Sweet Christmas. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you saw that they only sprayed it with that tar shit? No, I saw them doing the spray. I haven't seen the finished product yet. I'll be sure to check it out. Trust me. Yeah. Oh. No, they're children. I think that condo board is run by children. Freaking immature ass children. Yeah, the Dalton and Elliott Highway Extreme, yeah. All right. Yeah, no, that was just it was just Twitch Mom. That was Eliza came down and she's like, because our so we live in a condo complex, right? And the so we live in our own set of condos, and we have our own board here, right? Well, the neighboring condos have their own board, and rather than work with anybody in the community, because, you know, why in the fuck would you want to do that? They had a paving company come in and redo their parking spaces and everything, but they only had them come in with the tar to seal the cracks and then spray it with the freaking the overcoat, and it looks stupid because we have a shared entranceway and everything, and now they have this weird fucking cut line and it just looks derpy as shit. And it's just like, what the hell? Like, I'm almost certain that our neighboring condos, that the condo board over there is run by children. It's run by children. Like, absolutely. There's no other explanation for it other than it's run by children. Because, you know, they could have just come to, come to the owners over on this side and said, hey, so, we're going to get this done. If you want to throw down, hey, how about you put in for it? And it's like, yeah, okay. And then we could have had it all done and it would have been all uniform. So no. I mean, mentally they're children. That's not, I didn't mean actual children. They're mentally their children. They have the mentality of a 12-year-old, even though they're like in their 50s. It has nothing to do with underage labor. I'm talking that they're the condominium board. So the owners in Canada, if you have a condominium, each individual owner, like the condos are together as a corporation. And they have to be run by a board of owners. Think homeowners association, right? If you're in the US. But there are laws around how it's done. These members of the board have to be brought in. It can only be if they own one of the condominiums, right? Like there is an entire legal process to it. Anyway, no, what I'm saying is that they're children, i.e. they act like children. They have the mentality of fucking 12-year-olds. So somebody over in the adjoining condos doesn't like somebody over here, so they've got their nose up their ass, and they're acting like, well, you didn't share your pop with me at lunchtime, so you don't get to play with my chucks. Right? Like, you don't get to play in the sandbox with my toys. That's basically the mentality. It's immature, childish, egotistical bullshit. It's absurd and ridiculous. Okay. All right. So we had cargo finally freaking appear. Holy crap. All right. Yay. I can work with this. Holy hell. And it's all going to Seraphim. Even better. Because it's all going to one freaking place. By the way, something I found out already, mistakenly, the tractor beam in this ship is actually pretty decent, but also it's fucking dangerous. Yeah, oh my god, yeah, the box is actually spawned in, right? Holy crap. Holy hell, it worked. It worked, chat. Okay, so now that we have actual boxes, holy hell. All right, I'm going to put this away. We're going to move the ship. Hell yeah, let's go. Oh my god, we're finally going to make... I'm kind of excited. The box is spawned in, chat. Holy crap. Box is spawned in. It's a goddamn miracle. Okay, we're in. Let's do this. No, on landing. Thank you. Okay, repair. Yep. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. It is about goddamn time. My God. Shabataru, you seem about as surprised as I am that the box is actually spawned in. You mean getting smacked around by boxes on the gantry crane? Yeah, no. It's kind of a terrible experience, but we're going to do it anyway because, you know, y'all deserve a good laugh every once in a while, you know? You know how it is. How in the... Okay, never mind. It's because the engine's off. Never mind. Okay, that's fine. All right. Use tractor beam. Oh, hell yeah. Here we go. Oh, this is satisfying. Excuse me? Oh, the only problem is, though, is sometimes the crates get wedged. You got to be careful. Crates get wedged in... Oh. Shit. No. The crates get wedged. This is why I hate neighbors in general. Oh. Again, the problem is the board... The condo board is created from owners of each of the condominium units in a complex. And if you have a small condominium complex, you will end up with repeats of the same kind of people. And the thing is, the condominium boards have to be an odd number of people. The reason for that is so that you don't end up with like ties when it comes to voting on, because the thing is, you've got like common areas that have to be maintained by all of the owners, the property owners. So like the combined roofs, the landscaping elements, right? So like we don't have our own yard. We have common area, grass and trees and landscaping that has to be then, like, all of the stuff has to be voted on. So the amount of money being spent to pay for the landscaping company, because we can't legally do anything. We can't cut our own grass. By law, it's for insurance purposes. Honestly, personally, I think it's kind of a fucking scam, but, you know, it's... But what it is so, like, say, say somebody in the condos decides that they're going to cut the grass, right, for everybody. But they get injured, they can sue. By the way, this is because of the U.S. This is why we have the stupid condominium owner act and everything here that we have to abide by. It's because those of you in the U.S. love to fucking sue over some of the dumbest innocuous shit just because you hate your neighbors. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Honestly, I'm kind of with you on that, Shabataru. I don't understand why it's so wonky. It is super wonky. It's still better than trying to use a key or use my control stick to freaking control this, I'll tell you. This is super wonky. But yeah, because Americans love to be litigious over dumb, innocuous things. So, like, say I'm out cutting the grass, and my neighbor has a stick on their part of the grass out in front of their patio, and that stick gets caught by my lawnmower and gouges my leg. I could sue that neighbor. So because of that, we now have condominium ownership laws that prevent us from actually doing shit like that. So we can't sue our neighbors. And you know, the reason these rules exist is because somebody did it. To be a dick to a neighbor. Well, technically, and that's the thing. So here's the thing is a co-op. It's similar to a co-op association here. Here's the issue, though. The difference is that a co-op association here is actually run while it is run by the people who own the property, all the work is also done by the people who own the property. Here, even here, but a condominium cannot be a co-op. A condominium complex cannot be a co-op association. Condominiums have their own individual setup that has to be abided by according to, well, at least here in Ontario. I don't know what it's like in other provinces. I can only speak for the province of Ontario. So yeah, a co-op is a completely different beast altogether. Now, here's the thing, is if everyone in a condominium complex votes to turn the condominium corporation, because it has to actually be run as a corporation, which is dumb. But this is to get around, this is to be able to have a combined slush fund, because here's the thing. You own a condominium, right? Everybody who has a condo unit has to pay monthly fees. Those fees go to covering things like the common areas, cleaning the common elements like some of the hallways, taking care of things like like the landscaping. Also builds up a slush fund to do stuff like repair work on again, common elements like the roof. Because here's the thing. We can't replace the roof on just our unit because all of these condos are attached. So the roof on one is attached to all the others. So you can't just do your own roof, because if there's a problem with a leak, it's still going to be a problem, even if you just fix your chunk of the roof. You know what I mean? So it's really wild how all this stuff works. It's like, it's been a bit of a learning experience. Let's just put it that way. Okay, there is all of our cargo. Nice. Okay, we're loaded. Beautiful. Love it. Perfect. Close the door. No, close the door, sir. Thank you. Holy crap, we finally got a load. Chat, it's not as much as I would have liked, but I mean, listen, I'm not gonna say no. We're just gonna take this. We're gonna drop it off where it's gotta go. Holy crap, we did it, chat. We did it. Now again, like it's not quite the same. Ultimately, at the end of the day, owning a condominium has its advantages, because ultimately, like, if something comes up and there's a problem with the roof gets reworked. That is not on Eliza and I 100% to cover the entire cost of the roof, right? Or the entire cost of repairing the driveway, or right, like, that's the one nice thing, is because then it is an amalgamation. All of the fees that are monthly fees that are collected are put into a slush fund, then that cover repaving, landscaping, the roof, right? Roof repairs, any of the external repairs on the entire building, right? So there's an advantage to that. But also there's a disadvantage, because, like, sometimes you have those people that your neighbors are kind of assholes and you don't like them. And that's actually, unfortunately, the issue that we're dealing with right now, is like some of our neighbors are actual dicks. Like there's no ands, ifs, buts, or maybes about it. Like, they're like legitimate dicks. Okay, so all right, well, we at least finally got one load. We got this working. It was a little haphazard how we had to do it, but we got it working, chat. That's the important part. Hell yeah. Okay. Well, we finally picked up a load. We were able to finally get cargo to spawn in nicely, so that's nice. Who dis? Oh, no, I don't want that up. All right, because we're going to Seraphim, so we're going to Crusader. Let's go. In Sweden, the outside of the houses are owned and controlled by the association, and the common fees paid for the repairs, and the inside is owned by the town. Yeah, that's basically what we have here with condominiums. Similar. We still have the D problem yet. Not where I own now, but some years ago I lived in a similar situation. Yeah, so it's kind of a similar thing, yeah. Random invisible asteroids in 3-2. You just shut your hole, Tony. Don't you even wish that on me. Online, and here's the thing. So, and you can't be on the board, and the board rotates, right? So, actually, Eliza just got asked to join our board. Why would you wish that on Tony? I've been struggling with this game for 2 streams now. Trying to just do cargo. Why would you wish that on me, bro? Who hurt you? Who hurt you, bro? Listen, Tony, I spent all weekend redoing the operating system on my gaming rig. I'm the Chaos Gremlin. Chaos Gremlin rules. Well, I had enough bullshit. It took me all of Friday just to be able to get my PC running stable enough to be able to make sure that I had all my important stuff backed up to an external source so that I could wipe the system and reinstall Windows over the weekend. No asteroid redirects. Is this like Kerbal multiplayer? No. Thank God for that. Thank God we don't have that. Tony would be the one that would take an SRV out, tractor beam a fucking asteroid, and throw it at a station just for giggles. Tony's that person. Literally would lock onto an asteroid with a freaking tractor beam, tow it somewhere just to fling it at either a station or drop it on a planet or swing it at somebody else's freaking capital ship. Now I feel like a seat of the pants build a rocket in Kerbal. I have no wish to go back to Kerbal. Kerbal 2 literally put me off the game. Both Kerbal 1 and Kerbal 2. The bullshit, and I have a lot of hours in Kerbal Space Program, but I can't go back to it now. It has been soured for me. It has 100% been soured for me because of what happened with Kerbal Space Program 2. Nope. Wasted money. The kitten one? No, I have no wish to play the kitten one either. What you mean? The scam, the scam stolen version of Kerbal? No, I won't play knockoffs, man. I won't play knockoffs. And no amount of the community, trying to build up Kerbal 2 is gonna convince me of to go back to Kerbal at all. Did you just throw an asteroid? You're damn right I did, Riker, probably. Yeah, Tony is fucking William Riker. He's William T. Riker. Goddamn asshole. Probably. You're damn right I did, Riker, probably. Yep. Factually correct. God, that is terrifying. All right, so we want obstructed. Of course it is. So we're going to have to swing around via the orbital marker. So let's get orbital marker 5 lined up here. This should actually give us enough clearance to get around the curvature of Crusader. and be able to then lock on to Seraphim. Just, oh yeah, that's clean. Look at that. Look at that. Hell yeah. There we go. Kerbal 2 had a lot of problems. I strongly believe in the orc approach to everything space related. Here's the thing. Meat's back on the menu, boys. Listen, the boss gets what the boss wants. The funny thing is Quantum Twitch. You know how the orcs actually operate, right? They strip down everything else, use the constituent spare parts to build the ricketiest, most fucking hideous ass designs, and they virtually will it to work. They will it to work. How does one make a blockade in this game? We don't know right now because it's never happened yet. Doesn't mean it won't. Doesn't mean it won't. Just means right now it's very hard to create a blockade. You would actually have to blockade, like you would have to put up a defense picket around like stations and everything else. And I do believe that they actually tried this a couple of patches ago, where they're like, they had like blockades on like Port Olisar and shit, like, or Seraphim Station and stuff like this. So it didn't really work well because I never ran into any problems when any of these events were going on where like pirate factions had blockaded like the stations. Usually didn't seem to do much, so it is what it is. Ooh, trajectory. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, there we go. Yeah, slope. Oh. No, not. Oh, God. There we go. Thank you. Jesus. Why does my ship look like I've been in combat? Here, anybody explain that one to me? That freaking, like, it looks like I got bullet holes all over me. Where's the... I was like, why can I see through my hangar? Oh, God, this sketches me out. They remake StarQuest on... I never heard of StarQuest. Never heard of StarQuest Online. Okay, holy crap. In infinite 3D space, you need a lot of bodies to do even a small blockade. Yes, you do. That's true. That is incredibly true. Okay, well, we're down. Let's go. Mind you, yeah, so what Shabataru actually says is correct. A special ship that yoinks you out of quantum space and disables the go fast part of your ship. Yeah, which has happened. It was like it was a Star Trek like space game with away missions on the planets and stuff back in 2007. Ended in 2011. Can't say as I'm familiar. It's a terrible way to make money. Oh, you mean sitting there and running an interdiction ship is a waste of money? You don't say. Yeah, spatial interdiction does not play it as a person, not as not as a starship. So kind of like what I'm doing right now, where I play as an actual person. I just operate ships. I can go down to planets. I can explore. I can do caves. I can do mining. I can do like hauling and all of that. Oh, oh, oh. No, it's 2007, so it wouldn't have been as much detail as this. One that I always go back to from that era is Star Wars Galaxies. Fucking Star Wars Galaxies was my freaking, oh my god. Such a good game. Right? Couple of minor factions, so it sounds very similar to pretty much playing anything in the modern age, like X Beyond, what is it, X4 Foundations, or you know, like Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous. You got multiple different factions, and even Mech Warrior Mercenary, like Mech Warrior 5, right? There was a game, I'd say, I think it was about 2005 by EA, back when EA was a game developer, not a publisher, called Earth and Beyond. That had like PvP, there was combat, it was space related, and exploration was fantastic. And the reason I have high praise for it is because I actually worked as part of the development team for that. So I was actually my second QA quality assurance contract. Allowed multi-crew starships. Oh, that's actually, I mean, that's the thing, is this actually allows for multi-crew. That's the one thing about Star Citizen. You can run multi-crew. And in some cases, a lot of the larger ships, you have to have multi-crew. You're not doing it all yourself. You can't. It's like virtually impossible. Now, this ship is supposed to be crewed by 2. But you can run a Hermes solo. Thankfully. But like some of the large salvage ships, like the Reclaimer and everything else, or the larger ships like the RSI Polaris or the Idris, which are capital class ships, require, you know, multiple crew members. I think, what is it? Is it the Idris? Doesn't the Idris like require like a minimum crew of 16? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, is I don't remember ever hearing anything of this game, StarQuest Online. So, like, that was the thing for me is... And I'm coming into, like, stuff like Star Citizen from a place of... I was, like... loved games like Freelancer and, you know, Wing Commander and everything else, right? So... I feel like a game like that, if it had any kind of notoriety in North America, and maybe that's the other thing too, is it might not have been a North American title, and that's why I didn't hear anything about it. My guess is if it only lasted for about 4 years as an online service game, then chances are it wasn't like super popular. it probably had a very tight-knit community, but it probably wasn't like, we're not talking like World of Warcraft or Star Trek or Star Wars Galaxies kind of, or even EVE Online, right? Like, EVE Online is its own freaking beast that I'm not even willing to talk about because I have no love for EVE. Yeah, it'd be probably a smaller, very tight-knit community that didn't really, like, it probably wasn't like, again, we're not talking about a game that had the satire status of like World of Warcraft, because I can tell you, from 2007 to 2011, I was playing World of Warcraft like 8 hours a day, 8 hours a night, every night. You never heard of EVE? EVE has been around for like 20 years. EVE's been around a very long freaking time. And it's still active today. And the thing is, like, visually, EVE is actually quite a beautiful game. My issue is, though, is you play as a ship. So whatever ship you're a pilot, you're basically in a pod, and you just control every aspect of the ship. There's no multi-crew. You don't. It is an online multiplayer game, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's just a giant spreadsheet simulator. And the amount of money that you have to make to be able to purchase ships or do anything of any sort is like ridiculous. It's absurd. Yeah, EVE is still very active online. They're constantly adding, like, updating the game and everything, and it's been around for like 20 years. Okay. Okie dokie. Holy crap, chat. We finally found something. We're able to actually complete the contract. Oh my god. Oh my god. We did it. We did it, chat. 108 SCU of aluminum to Seraphim Station. Wow. Feels good, man. Yeah, I don't care it was 59,000. We actually finally made some money back. It was not a complete wash. That's not how I wanted things to go, but I mean, it's better than nothing. All right, now I got to move the ship because... Oh, my left shoulder is so sore. Oh my god. All right, there we go. I'll just get this nice and neatly. No. Put your sponsons away. Put your landing gear back down, bud. There you go. That's right. Yeah. Good little ship. There you go. Okay. I want to make sure that everything is as it should be. I see that we're stuck. Yeah, the perpetual one damage. All right, so things did not quite work out the way I had hoped that they would today, but we finally were able to actually come up with a very creative workaround to finally get a load into the cargo hold of the Hermes. God for small miracles. The verse giveth and the verse taketh away, chat. Verse doing verse things. Ye freaking huh. Okay, well, we finally were able to actually get the cargo system working, but it only took having to unalive myself and then log out and log back in, but log into the EU servers rather than the North American servers, which is very strange considering I live in Canada. Impressive that yeah, right, exactly. JFM88, right? Freaking elevator actually worked. Holy crap. I mean, it's at this point I'll take it as a win. Was it the are we anywhere closer to the 3.5 million credits that it should be by the end of today? No. But listen, the elevator worked. We only had to jump through the 3-ring circus of hoops to get it to work, but we did it. Man, I really hope that 4.10 fixes a lot of this shit. I don't know how much longer we've got to wait, though. That's the only issue I have is, like, how much longer do we have to wait, you know? And my problem, my question is, how stable is 4.10 going to be? Right? Like, ultimately, at the end of the day, how stable is 4.10 going to be? Because I think the issue isn't... It isn't about quality at this point. I think the issue is they're trying to do too much, and they're not focusing on shard stability. So they're trying to cram all of these things in. Great, cool. We need more things to do in the verse. Absolutely. 100%. But you've got to load balance everything. And I think the issue is they've been cramming all this extra stuff in. We're getting increased amount of people coming back to Star Citizen to experience the new stuff that's being added. But the issue is they're not working on load balancing properly. And the backend databases for the shards is breaking down. Right. So I think that there is an inherent issue with some of the code base on the back end. Right. Your game is running smooth. Would you mind sharing your specs and settings? So I have my game locked at 60 FPS right now. I have everything set to high. I am running this in DirectX 11 because Vulkan for me is broken. I run on a 9070 XT graphics card. So we go in here. I'll just show you guys. I've got it's a combination of high. And the only thing I have is the object detail or object view distance set to medium. Ultra, high, 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 right? And then volumetric clouds set to medium. Right, and my post effects set to low. Right, but everything else is like high. I've got it running at native, so I'm using CIG TSR because FSR is broken as shit. Even though I run in an AMD graphics card, I find FSR, their implementation of FSR is super broken. So. I run on a 3440, like I run on a 34-inch ultra wide screen. I've just got it set to native AA, no VSync, right? Set to borderless, DirectX 11. But I have it locked on the graphics card on the 9070 XT. I have it hard locked to 60 FPS. 1440p. 1440. Yeah, I can't, I won't push to 4K. Yeah, as you can see, like out of the 16 gig of VRAM that I've got, I'm only using 14 gig. So I have a 9070 XT. I have an AMD Ryzen 9 5900X. And I have 64 gig of DDR4, spec'd at, 3200. And everything else is like, yeah, everything else is just, you know, M.2, a couple of M.2 drives, right? Just for the most part, I mean, I have moments, it depends. I find that I have the worst stuttering when I get to Lorville. Lorville seems to be the one place that I have the worst friggin' experience. But for the most part, I can usually maintain between 50 and 60 FPS, no problem. Oh, it freaks me out when the steps don't need the lighting. You don't need to light the steps, bro. And yeah, like even, well, that was the thing. What I actually found was, I know a lot of people try to push like 100, 120, you know, 144 frames per second. And it's like, if you can get, the one thing I found about a lot of these games is if you can get it running smooth at 60 FPS. So my issue has been when I go to Pyro, especially when I'm doing cargo runs, dropping down to like some of the planetary side stuff, the frame rate in Pyro is terrible. Holy shit. I don't know what the hell is going on with Pyro right now. Nyx, not a problem, right? Nyx is great. Nyx is fucking butter. Stanton, for the most part, butter. I have a couple of issues every once in a while with Orison, and most of the time it's only Lorville that I have made any major issues. The rest of Stanton is super buttery. Nyx is buttery. Pyro is just a hot freaking mess for me. I don't know. It doesn't matter whether it's station or planetary side. As soon as I hit Pyro, it just turns into an absolute stuttery fucking mess. And I don't know whether that's load balancing off on the shard, if it's just poor visual optimization combination, right? Sometimes I find it's population based, so depending on how busy a certain system is, sometimes performance gets hit on those specific shards. Right, like there's so many variables because, again, ultimately at the end of the day, this is an online game. So we're just gonna saddle up here, and grab a seat, plunk ourselves down, because like sitting here is kind of fucking pretty, okay? like that is such a beautiful shot right there. You know what? Screw it. Let's go. Okay, that's not working. What the actual F, bro? All right, let's go in and maybe print screen. Oh, right. Okay, I know why. Hold on. All right, so we're gonna log out. We're gonna exit the menu. We'll log out. I'm getting ready to wrap up anyways because it's like 5:30. Two dogs that'll need to go for a walk before it starts thunderstorming. It's not on you. I play on a 5080 with DLSS 4.5, and my Pyro ones are really, yeah. Also, something else I've come to realize is I want my games to run at native. So if I can get away with not using stuff like FSR or DLSS or anything, I will look to get that really nice balance between visuals and getting it at a solid 60 FPS. So I don't have to use DLSS. I don't want to use upscaling if I can at all help it. Okay, let me check and see if this actually did what I hope it did. Do we have... Oh, I think... No, that's February. Shit, that's not working. God damn it. What a pain in the butt that is. Son of a biscuit. Yeah, it didn't... Oh, mother trucker. Bro. Really? All right, well... That sucks. Yeah, the last... So my screenshot stuff is not working. Well, that pisses me off. Son of a biscuit. Let me check my pictures just as... Maybe it put it in there. I don't know. Nope. Did not. It sure as shit didn't. God damn it, Bobby. Let's do sort by date modified. Nope. Merdre. Nope. Son of a biscuit. Wallpaper engine. Literally all I did was for wallpaper engine is I typed in MISC. And I got this. I was like, yeah, that's that. It was either this one, and I'm going to close the launcher there. So I've been flipping between, because I do a lot of like space trucking, right? So it's that one or this one, my Prospector. I fucking love me some mining. I'm down with the industrial gameplay. That's kind of my vibe. But that's the Starlancer Tax, or the TAC, not the Max. But yeah, the TAC is a nice ship, but I prefer the Max just because, you know, it's how we roll around here. It's industrial gameplay. If and when I have to find one for the, I do believe, actually, let me double check. Maybe we'll check that right now. The only thing I'm going to warn everybody, if you have wallpaper engine, you've got to be very careful. You've got to be very, very careful, because lately, apparently, wallpaper engine has been used as a vector to deploy malware. Because, you know, scumbags doing scumbag things, right? That's unfortunately how it seems to be working. All right, let me see if we go to workshop. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Hold on. Of course. There it is. All right, let's see if it's Anvil. It's Anvil. Do we have an Asgard? Asgard in flight. Okay. There is one. I don't know about this, but I'm going to download it anyway, just to check it out really quick. I mean, it's not bad. That's not bad. There you go. So what you want to do is, when you're looking at the wallpaper, you want to look for the ones that have the approved. These are the ones that you want to make sure of. Like, listen, my system has just been completely redone with Windows, so if I happen to get something, it's no great loss. So I will take that risk. But generally, you want to look for the ones that have been approved. So when you're searching through them, look for the one that has the little cup showing that it's been approved. Those are usually your safe bet. I do have one. Where is it? There we go. That's the Galaxy. That's a nice one too. I want this ship. I want an RSI Galaxy, man. I want that ship so bad. All right. Sometimes I'm one of those people. Sometimes I'm willing to take a little bit of risk. Yeah. Yeah. Your best bet is always to look at, just look at how long it's been on Steam, like on Steam Workshop. Try to stick to the ones that are approved. Because again, that comes with a lot of background community stuff too. So always take a look at that. Anyways, chat. Commanders, I'm out. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Thanks for, spending Monday and kicking off the week in a good fashion, even though the verse was not kind to us, but we still may do. I'm going to get out of here. We will be back tomorrow with Coffee and Chrome. We're going to be jumping back into American Truck Simulator tomorrow. So, the Galaxy? No, the Galaxy is a capital class ship. You are going to need a crew. The Galaxy is not going to be a ship that you can solo. Anyway, I'm out of here. Enjoy your evenings. See you back here tomorrow for Coffee and Chrome and a little bit of American Truck Simulator. Cheers, everybody.